All right, there we go. What's up, everyone? Happy Wednesday. Coming to you live from Palm Beach County, Florida. We're here in the Dancing Elephant Bookstore, Florida's #1 spiritual, religious, metaphysical book and crystal store. And we're doing a call-in show tonight, as you can see from the title. So let me know in the comments if I sound good, if I look good. Give me a couple thumbs up. Howdy, howdy. So you can click the link or copy the link to call in. An iPhone should work easy. If you got a laptop, then Chrome is probably better. Okay, looks like we sound good. Cool. All right, well, you saw last week we had maybe 5 or 6 people who didn't get in last week. So you can hop in now if you'd like. And drop some oranges in the chat. I'll say what up to you guys. Drop some oranges in the chat. I hope you like that most recent song in there. That last song was actually sent in by a subscriber. So shout out to Case and Stiff for the good tunes. Not a Florida guy, but a Texas guy. And I love that song. So I was like, hell yeah. Told him I'd play it. One sec. There we go. That's better. That's a lot better. So, man, all this drama this week, too. You guys hear about this whole Archaics thing? Archaics, Dawn, the longtime partner of Archaics. I don't know, 3 years or something. Not a long time, but apparently the whole Archaics ship is sinking faster than we thought because Dawn's now out of the picture and telling all, right? So I made a couple posts about that, but yeah, we can talk about whatever you guys want. We can talk about vegetarianism. We can talk about Christianity. We can talk about astrology. We can talk about Florida history, ancient history, Atlantis. And I'll just wait a couple minutes here. So drop an orange in the chat and I'll shout you out. Let you know I'm not an AI generated simulacrum agent. Eddie Lindbow. What's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, come on, call in and we can debate carnivore diet. We can debate all of it. We don't have to debate. You guys can tell me about something new. Maybe something you think I'm missing out on. Rabbit holes, whatever. Some lemonade. It's actually some cucumber lemonade. Here. Okay, link is up on the screen. It should be posted. The link is pinned in the YouTube chat. So if you go to the YouTube chat, pinned up at the top of the YouTube chat. You can call in the bookstore too if you want. I'll put it on speaker. That works too. Yeah, Dr. Congo tonight. Dr. Congo tonight with the African aura fit. We got Peter Shell with Peter Shell. Shout out to Peter Shell, longtime supporter, for gifting 10 Old World Florida memberships. Shell, yeah, man. Thank you. I don't know what that means. I don't know who gets them. First 10 people to get them? I don't know. But give it a little bit more time. Let's try and get some more females to call in. Not trying to, don't mean that any certain way. Just, sausage fest is never fun. And let's see, what else is new? What's going on? Maybe we should go over some Florida news. Got virtual reality witness with the 199 super sticker. Hell yeah. Enjoy that super sticker. We'll just wait a little bit before we take the first caller. I gotta pin this comment back up. We're live on X, live on Instagram. No, not Instagram. Sorry. I'm done going live on Instagram. It doesn't stay up when you leave it. And yeah, they don't pay you anything. It's dumb. It goes away when you're done. I see some oranges from Systemic Noise. What's up? Tiberius with the oranges. Good to see you. The cross says yes. The crow says yes. Shout out. Mr. Zeep with the oranges. Ricky Wi-Fi. Good to see you. CPYT. Dan runs alone. What's up? What's up? Yeah, we don't do shout outs on this channel. Okay. Oh, this ain't one of them channels. Okay. Who saw that Shem's video? DJ with the oranges. Good to see you. Electric Blue B, the $10. $10 super sticker. Thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, fuck. I took Got a Dr. Eddie Parker. Good to see you. Another sob. Good to see you. Stacy Sunshine. What's up? Silent G. Good to see you. Slapping the bass. Appreciate it. Got 300 people in the chat. Good to see y'all. Fuzzle Kopf. Peaches don't count. No oranges, no tangerines, no shout out. Peaches don't count. Okay. Call it off. Auxiliary with the $20. No comment. I'll be happy to answer a question if you want. All right, there was 2 people in. I guess I waited too long. 2 people left already, but all right, we're just gonna get right into it. Desert Trance, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Chilling, man. Good to see you again.
It was a fun show on the Beatles.
Oh, you like that one?
I had no idea you had so much hate. Because what I didn't get around to saying is like, yeah, they were the first boy band that set that genre up, for better or for worse.
Mm-hmm.
What did you pick up that was of interest to you?
I don't know. I got to remember.
Just to me, it's how fabricated everything is, from movies to music to politics. Like, it all ties in. And to me, there's so many bloodlines that prove to me more and more that we are peasants. We're definitely on the outside, and putting together how conceived everything is. Like, there's not really any natural talent that makes it through, though, but there is. I truly believe there are some bands that have broke the mold and kind of self promoted themselves in this day and age of the digital. Just like you with your podcast, you know what I mean? It used to only be a Rogan type of world, whereas now you can go from old world to flat earth to Beatles conspiracy. I think it's a beautiful thing in that sense.
So I'd say that, Seth definitely dropped pretty much everything. Most of the stuff Seth was saying, I didn't know too much. Yeah. He brought a lot more stuff to the table, but he already knew most of the stuff that I brought to the table.
And I like that he referenced Sage Quay, who I was telling you about last week.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's solid. And then it's not just his research on that. That's what kind of pigeonholed him. But he's got a lot of amazing guests and just, I don't know, insightful guy. Even in the music industry, like, to me, where the proof is in the pudding, is the time frame that they put out Rubber Soul, just to get the graphic for the middle of the like track listing and stuff. There's no way physically possible back then because there's no Photoshop. And so just confirmed it. And like Tales of Laurel Canyon, or I always butcher the name of that one, how much people like the Mamas and the Papas and Frank Zappa even, who shined a light on it because he knew. Just amazing. I loved it.
There's 2 things that I'm glad you brought this up right off the bat, because I forget most of the new things that I learned, but pretty much everything Seth was saying was gold. But then, and my friend Austin was there too, and he's got some good background with that stuff too. I would say though that at the end we left out 2 really, really key points. Number 1, there's a video and interview of Linda McCartney. I think that's her name. Paul's longtime wife. Well, I don't know if that's his handler. Okay. My take on it was that she didn't know he was the fake Paul. And found, okay, well, hang on. And then found out later, and then was super shocked, super blown away, felt like she couldn't trust anyone. And she made this interview. And in this interview, she goes, someone that I was very, very close to for a long time.
A different wife, not her, but yeah, you're right.
That's not her?
No, it was just his second wife, and
Okay,
she was
sorry.
scared. She was genuinely scared. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of Paul's wives. Forgive me if I'm wrong on that.
hmm
Far from a Beatles expert.
hmm
Um, the video of Paul McCartney's wife,
Freaked out.
ex-wife, saying, "I found out something that like shook me to my core.
Yeah.
Can't trust him." And then the interviewer goes like, "Infidelity? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Did he cheat?" And she's like, "No, not that." She was like, "Something different than that."
She was
And
genuinely scared. You could tell she was genuinely emotional, scared, and was not lying.
and I forgot to play that video. I had it queued up.
It's
And
a
then
clincher, huh? It is a clincher.
I pinned a comment with another one, which is Paul McCartney's childhood home.
Yeah.
There's a
Scotland. Oh,
caretaker
he
of the
looks like
childhood
him.
home. It
Yeah.
looks just like Paul McCartney. Looks just like him. And the way he even talks and jokes and has a smirk looks just
Mm-hmm.
like
It's eerie. There's so many angles to it. Like again, Vivian Stanshall. You would get a kick out of it if you're a fan of Monty Python. They were all friends. Like in that musical group, they're bouncing in and out of the same studios. And
him.
Bonzo Doodah Band would work with Monty Python. Bonzo Doodah Band's biggest hit is called "I'm an Urban Spaceman," and he plays the black clarinet that Paul McCartney has on Sgt. Pepper. The Vivian's playing it, and the one time they had a big hit, Paul McCartney produced them. Urban urban. I'm an urban space cowboy or urban cow, something like that. But I mean, you got it with your own eyes when you watch it. Stuff will hit you here, but stuff when it hits you in your heart, I think is when you can see the truth because your mind will kind of fight it, you know. And for me, I was into the Beatles as a kid. I liked the romanticized idea of four group of friends that just took on the world and they just made it happen. It's just, when you're an adult man, you can look at the bullshit, like and
Mhm.
being friends with like Steve Kilbey from the church. You know what I mean? Who's still, I like how he puts it. We discount in music, especially, we discount the older artists because they want something new and fresh. But in art, like a Pablo Picasso, we respect them as they get older because the work gets better, you know. And and he and like him and his new group of musicians he works with, they don't go waste time in a studio because they know it's on their dollar a lot of these times too. These independent artists, and so they don't have time to overdub, redub, and they're not getting shit out of their systems. These guys are in their 50s and 60s. Yeah, I mean, it's a business.
I just checked. Was it Heather Mills or
You got it. It was
Millis?
Heather. Yes.
So that's the one who gives the chilling interview.
Yeah.
It's like on Ellen show or something weird. I don't know.
It was in Europe. It's a big show in Europe, like an Ellen in Europe. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right.
But the last thing is though, the really important part is she actually frames it and says this is like a dead man's trigger. Like if anything happens
to me. Yep.
all of the info is going to
She had
come out.
documents. She said she had buckets of
Yeah.
research. And again, the book, I know you got way more heavily esoteric books in your bookstore, but that to me is one of the first books that gave me chills when I was reading it by myself and just the disclosure. And then the dates and times are right on. And it's a beautiful piece because they've done 3 to 4 editions, and I've got 3 or 4. And I actually passed one on to Steve Kilbey. That's how we became friends, like the lead singer from the church, because he's deeply involved in the music industry. And he places, like a lot of musicians do. Dylan's on a pedestal. The Beatles are on a pedestal. And like Dylan, I think is shit. Like I saw him live in concert, and I swear he was opening. Wilco was opening for him, and me and my girlfriend were laughing. We're like, he was like mumbling. It was like, "Gooby dooby doo," like just. And like he has the interview, and they ask him, "Why are you still touring?" He goes, "Because I made a deal with the big chief, of this world and other worlds, and that's selling your soul." You know what I mean? It's so clear. I think when you just take the time to remove emotion, remove what you've invested in placing these guys as idols, they're just it's disgusting in a lot of ways. Like and just the satanic rituals involved. like the winged beetle is really fun, where you see when McCartney backs up and the car goes right through his head, kind of tying to the story of where he died in a car wreck. He's the only with the black rose on the Magical Mystery Tour. Just it's fun also, and I think they also it was a good marketing ploy, regardless. But to me, the physical evidence is Vivian Stanshall, who replaced him, right? Paul McCartney's son right now, this Paul McCartney, his son looks like Vivian Stanshall. He has red hair like Vivian did when he was in the Bonzo Doodah band. And there's Sage Aquay goes into the issue like he had a lot of research. But there's an interesting thing. He has a researcher that worked with him, and she has a glass eye. She has a fake eye. There's a better word for it. And she picked up that he's blind in one eye. And like even when they set up the piano and his mics and stuff for Paul McCartney tours, it's intriguing, and like they're to the point where they've kind of put together it's probably Lost in a Ritual, like the whole type of thing, and just he's high up. You know what I mean, it gets dark when you get into that type of stuff, and then just the body count, just like a Clinton thing. There's a body count there.
The Beatles body count,
big time,
huge. Yeah, starting with their manager, probably
big time. Yeah, he was starting to rock the boat. And
well, Desert Trance, where are you calling from again?
I'm in Salt Lake City.
Nice. Yeah, I remember.
Like with the old world stuff, I'm right down the street from the Capitol. And to me, it's incredible when you take the time to look at the amount of marble. And we're told it was horse and buggy. and then downtown Salt Lake, you had Amy Levon.
Well, they had a lot of wives. They could get a lot of shit done. Right?
You know, to me, it's not that bad of a plan if you go about it internationally. I'd have my Russian wife. I'd have my Italian wife. I'd have my South American wife. And I'd invite you over, Dr. Longo, and we'd have, depending on the night, you know, it could be Mexican food night or jambalaya, depending on which wife was cooking. And then you make sure they're all doctors and lawyers.
Let's wrap it up right there. Well, thanks, Desert Trance.
I want to drop one thing. Downtown, you know, with the Mormon temple that they have downtown. Like, it was amazing to see them. They scraped it all the way about 50 feet, maybe longer below it. And John Levi shows like where the arch shows, and like where ground was level. There's another 30 feet underneath it that you could see. And then they exposed one of the tunnels you can see to one of their centers, and you could fit 2 diesel semi trucks side by side in that tunnel that was exposed for that time. And so just to me that the tunnel systems are incredible out here, which I don't think you guys have possible in Florida, right?
No, not too many.
And the last thing I want to say is I loved your last documentary on that the home built upon the spring.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name of that house?
The Ancient Well of Mysteries, or Well of Ancient Mysteries.
Yeah. And so you guys got a little bit of access in, right? But you weren't able to go down?
Yeah, we just kind of got a quick little walked around the property. But no, we didn't get to really sniff around.
Mm-hmm. Such a cool documentary. I've shared that with a lot of friends that are not walking down the same paths as us. And that one hits a lot of people.
Well, thanks, Desert Trance.
Good to talk to you.
You have a good night, man. Call in again soon. Next up, we got Grand Theft Torino. Grand Theft Torino, what's up?
Hey, how are you? So
Chilling. Where are we calling from?
Calling from North Carolina again.
Nice.
But I'm actually moving to Florida, so that's kind of my interest in this channel.
Savage flex.
Your channel, you tackle a lot of like old world foods, like in America and stuff, and origin of foods, and a lot of YouTube channels go over like buildings and stuff. But I noticed nobody's really tackled like statues or like origins of statues in America. And I just noticed like there's a lot of Art Nouveau statues that are like dated to the late 1800s that are like precursor to Art Deco, and they're all like based off of like Greek and Roman gods. So my question would be, is there any sort of, do you think there's any sort of like old world significance as far as like maybe Moorish pirates like had interest in Roman and Greek mythology? Is there any evidence towards that?
100%. It's not so much like the pirates or the Moors. To me, something I've covered a fair amount is the Creek Indians, who are one of the 5 civilized tribes. So the Creeks, and Creek is a group, it's also kind of a language, but the Creek Indians, if you just hear the word Creek, and sorry, we got a loop coming from your end. Do you have any headphones?
Oh no, I just put my phone down.
Okay. Yeah, like mute the TV or wherever else I'm coming from. But
Oh, it's my cat. It's like breathing next to me or something like that.
okay. Um so the Creek Indians, I've toyed with the idea that they are Greek. I didn't come up with that. That's in newspapers from like 100 years ago, where they were studying the Creek language and realized that it had a lot of Greek in it. So this could explain why there's such a great tendency towards Greco-Roman architecture. Now, were the Indians building like pantheons all over the place? I don't know. There is a pantheon, almost like an exact replica in
Memphis? Oh,
Nashville.
okay.
Yeah, Nashville. I've been to that one. Now, here's where it gets pretty interesting. Of all the states that used to be Creek territory, so pretty much the whole southeast United States. Oh, Pantheon, sorry. Parthenon. I meant to say Parthenon. Pantheon is gods, group of gods. Parthenon, I always confuse that. Sorry. Thanks, Seth. Uh, of all the states that used to be in Creek Indian territory, almost all of them, except Florida, because they kind of came into Florida later, right? They weren't originally really in Florida. The Seminoles are partly populated, partly come from the Creek Indians. But the Creek Indians, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina, all that stuff. All those states that were under Creek territory all have a city by the name of Athens. Athens. Now, isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And you could say Athens is like a type of city, right? Or like a blueprint or like a model for a city, right? And it's been replicated in different states. And there's also a mound culture, like a mound building culture in the Southeast United States. I think they're Southeast United States. They might be a little more across America too, but they're called the Adena culture. Now, maybe I'm associating words that don't belong, don't deserve to be associated with each other. But so yeah, the Adena culture was more towards the Great Lakes. But the Creeks ranged up there too, and their ancestors especially. But the Creek Indians, they have a whole lot more in connection with the Greeks. They would often do a mohawk haircut, right? And the Greeks used to do that too. Some of the Greeks. Not only were there helmets like that, mohawk helmets, but also sometimes you'll see Greek people from like 150 years ago, pictures and stuff of them with mohawks, almost like mullets, like a Native American style hairdos. And then you have the fact that the most Greek city in the Americas is Tarpon Springs, Florida. The earliest Greek presence in the Americas is in Florida, on one of the conquistador ships. There was a Greek conquistador too, who was in with the Spanish. And then the first Greek settlement in the Americas was New Smyrna, Florida. Smyrna is an ancient Greek city. Today it's in Turkey, but back then it was ancient Greece. So why did the Greeks want to come here so bad? The first group and the oldest group on opposite coasts. There's something to that. And also the Creek Indians would often wear like a toga. Okay. Rube Star, good to see you in the chat in the comments, dude. Miss you, haven't seen you in a little while. Hope you call in, Rube Star. But yeah, I'm blanking on a lot more, but also there's a ton of words like palatka. I had a friend who speaks Greek go down the list of places in Florida and find all the Indian words that sound Greek. And there's a couple different places, and there's a couple root words that most people kind of know pretty well. Okie. There's a big lake in Florida called Okeechobee. There's a swamp in Georgia called Okefenokee. There's a lot of Okies. Pahokee, Okie at the end, Okie at the beginning. Okie, to the Native Americans who were closely related to the Creeks, right? They're kind of their neighbors, ancestors, relatives. Okie in Native American languages meant water. Water. Okay? In ancient Greece, Okie means ocean. That's where we get the word ocean. That's why there's a C in ocean, not an SH. It comes from a K. Okeanos, Greek god of oceans. So there's words like Okie. Then there's words like Palatka. Palatka is a word that means like crossing, or a bridge or a crossing. And then in Greek, it means like a plank or a boardwalk, right? Like a walkway, sidewalk. So there's words like that all over the Southeast United States that don't officially come from Greek people. And there's something to that. Here, you know what? While you're on here, I'm going to try and pull up an article which has some good examples. Does that answer your question a little bit?
Well, I was more wondering about the statues. So, take for example the Statue of the Republic in Chicago, which the one that's currently in Chicago is claimed to be a replica that was like, I don't know, like put like they made a replica of the World's Fair statue, like, I don't know, 15 years or so, supposedly after the World's Fair or whatever. But the Statue of the Republic is very striking to me. And it reminds me of the angel Moroni in the Mormon faith. And it almost looks like, I'm not a Mormon or anything, but it kind of looks like the Mormons might have taken inspiration from somebody else when they made those statues. Like, it's very Roman looking, and it like both of those statues, the angel Moroni and the Statue of the Republic, they kind of look like Saint Michael the Archangel statues that I've seen in churches. Like, they're just, I don't know, they're just very striking and imposing looking statues. And I also think that's interesting because the Jehovah's Witnesses, I think they're very big on Saint Michael. So I think kind of my whole thing is like nobody really talks about the statues at the World's Fair. They kind of gloss over it.
Yeah. I'm not a big World's Fair guy. And, Florida really is my main focus. To me, a big interest is like, okay, there are these people who were maybe building Greek, acting Greek. Did they all just disappear at the snap of fingers? I don't think so. I think they remain in the form of the American Indians. Would you like to see this article? Would this interest you? It
Yeah,
might
I
help.
would like to see that.
Might help with the search for the answers on on the statues. This is an article from, let's see. All right, I don't have the info, but like 100-year-old article, I assume, from a Florida newspaper. Did creeks come from Greece? There has long been a tradition that the Creek Indians are descended from the ancient Greeks. Mr. Eubanks of Tahlequah has made this tradition the subject of a very interesting article, which recently appeared in the Tahlequah Leader, from which we quote at length as follows. Mr. Parsons, the author of The New Light from the Great Pyramid, says, recently in translating the New Testament into the language of the Creek Indians, whoa, that's cool, the constitution of the Creek language was found remarkably like Greek. Count Volney says, in the Greeks of Homer, I find the customs, discourses, and manners of the Iroquois, Delawares, and Miamis, the tragedies of Sophocles, the tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides point to me, almost literally, the sentiment of the red men respecting necessity, fatality, and the reign of blind destiny. Passing over the religious and other customs peculiar and common to the Cherokee and Greek, I wish to call the attention of the interested reader to a statement made by Plutarch, the Grecian philosopher, who tells that the Greeks at one time made voyages through the Mediterranean, to the Atlantic, and up to what is now known as the British Isles, and thence west to an island called by the Greeks Ogygia, or Ogygia, I don't know how to say it, and finally landed on the American coast. This place of landing is supposed to have been somewhere between Florida and New York. These voyages were known as the Saturnian voyages of the Greeks, because the voyages were made by the Greeks every 30 years when the planet Saturn entered the constellation Bull. America, at that time, according to Plutarch, was called the land of Hercules. This statement made by Plutarch is, to say the least, remarkably strange, but no more wonderful than the corroborating statement made by the Cherokee in one of their legends relating to the coming of a race of people to America at a time unknown in years. These people were called by the Cherokees Otsayi, and named, I suppose, because the Greeks made known that they were from the island of Ogygia. The Cherokee word Otsayi also means copper. The full name of these strange people, who anciently came to America, according to the legends and language of the Cherokees, was Otsayi Digada Yohi, which means copper the shooter, or shooter with dirt marbles, or marble player. Now, simple as these Cherokee words are, they nevertheless give us a clue to who these people were that mined copper and other minerals all through the North American continent, especially around Lake Superior. This imported Cherokee word for copper was also given to the foreign race who came to America and mined copper, and was undoubtedly applied to the Ogygian Creek. These Ogygian or copper Greeks were called the ground shooters because they were constantly employed in sinking shafts and excavations by blasting and digging and mining for minerals. Diga da Yohi also means a marble player or a golf player, for according to the Cherokee story, the game played between the Otsayi, or copper, and Son of Man was played with sticks. Plutarch tells us that the Greeks made great preparation for the sacrifices and games before coming to the land of Hercules. Now, falling back upon what linguists call comparative philology, or one tribe of nation or one tribe or nation of people with the language of another tribe or nation, however far apart they may be separated from one another geographically. We find that their language is similar in connection, sound of words, and meaning. We come to the conclusion that they were at some time or another intimately associated with one another. Applying this rule, we find what follows not only remarkable, but most interesting. It must be understood that the Cherokees are an offshoot or branch of the Iroquois family. Now, in the mountain dialect of the Cherokee language, Iroquois means a snail. The snail was an emblem of the sun, which was called El Uk or. In the valley dialect, the name for the snail was El La Quo. Atsi I La Quo, being the real name of the Cherokees, means the little snail or sun. Now, why is it that the Greeks of Delphi, were anciently known as Lycorians or Lycorians? That the letter L in the word Lycorian is to be pronounced as a separate syllable is very evident from the following. The sun was anciently called El Uk, which the Greeks changed to Lukos. The sun was called El Uk or, which the Greeks changed to Lucorens. Now it is very evident from the proof given that the Iroquois is a Greek, or the Greek Iroquois, or both are one and the same people. From the Greek word lukos come the words lux, lucidus, and luke, all meaning sun or light. Now the Cherokee, when he says it blazes or gives light, he says atawe luki. The Cherokee, degala luki dadi, means it radiates light and comes from the Greek lukos, just as the Roman word lucidus. The oracles of the Greek gods were uttered at Delphi. Now, why is it that the Cherokee conjurer calls the shell beads, which he uses in conjuration, and from which the oracles of his god are uttered? A-del-la. The conjured is called A-del-la-bo-ski. Apollo, the name of the Greek god, or perhaps more anciently, the name of the Cherokee god, enters very prominently into the Cherokee. The name for Cherokee men, Kasa-quo-lo, comes from Sa, eminent, and Apollo. Hence, the name given above means noble Apollo. In one of our ancient Cherokee songs, the singer sings, "You tsi da quol lo," meaning ye are of Apollo, kata quolo. The Cherokee words for clay, like Adam, earth, means the earth of Apollo. How much? All right, not much more. The name by which the relatives of a Cherokee are called are also very remarkable. In giving such names to relatives, it seems the Cherokees drew upon a vaster and more ancient field than the Greek language. He calls his grandfather on his father's side Nes, which is undoubtedly from the Chaldean god Oannes. He calls his grandfather on his mother's side Etutu, seemingly from the Chaldean Ubretutu, or the Assyrian Elbretutu. The Cherokee calls his father Edodu, which is, without doubt, from the Greek Adotus, the king of gods and men. He calls his grandmother El-Sisi. The Cherokee word for young man is Awanu, undoubtedly from the Sanskrit Vishnu. Now he's kind of reaching, but the word for young woman is Ata, which undoubtedly comes from the Egyptian Athor, a virgin. So, pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. I was wondering what you think of the cornicello and the like evil eye pendant. Because like those always kind of struck me with mystery because that was a popular practice in Sicily, and that's kind of a paganistic practice. You would think that Sicilians are mostly Catholic. You think they wouldn't like have a practice like that. So,
Well, Catholicism is diet paganism, by the way. It's the most pagan of the Christian churches. But continue.
um, I was wondering if you could make any connections, if there's any similar practices in the New World as far as like the evil eye goes, or evil eye pendants, or anything like that.
Yeah. They actually call those ogies. Let me search it up real quick. They call it an ogie. They're like an eye motif. One sec here. Okay. This is Wikipedia. We're looking at Southeastern ceremonial complexes, or the Southern Death Cult, or Buzzard Cult. SECC. Look at that. Right there's the range. Related to the Mississippian culture and responsible for many artifacts. So, looking at a lot of their stuff, kind of Aztec, kind of Maya ish, but this is all like Florida, Tennessee, and stuff. Now, you're going to see a lot of seemingly like European symbols a little bit. Number one, you've got that like flower petal. You got the cross, the world cross, the sun cross, whatever you want to call it. Right, you see that one? You got the swastika in a circle motif. And then the ogi. The ogi motif symbolized portals into the underworld. It appears frequently on underworld deities. It may symbolize caves, may be derived from representations of female genitalia, or may represent the dorsal markings of the copperhead snake. And then they have another one, the hand and eye. And I don't know if they call that, yeah. So that's related to the ogi motif. The hand and eye motif is a human hand with an eye gazing out from the palm, yet another symbol of deity. It was one of the most common motifs in Mississippian symbolism, and may be related to the ogi motif, suggesting it represented a portal to the other world, not the underworld, the other world. That's pretty cool, right? Does that help at
Yeah,
all?
I think the hand and eye motif is the most intriguing one.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I
they,
wanted to add real quick. Yeah, I've seen that like people have found like swastikas and I don't really like using that term because that's not really what they are. They're like not a diamond shape, they're more of a square. I don't know if there's a more proper term for that symbol.
the crooked cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, crooked cross or sun wheel.
Okay, yeah, the sun wheel. Yeah, I know there was a lady that had that in her house in Texas. I don't know if you featured this or not, but she wouldn't she was a Hispanic lady, she wouldn't take it out of her house. It was like on tiles, and she's like trying to explain to people that that used to be a Native American symbol. And
Yeah.
it's also very interesting. One of the first Catholic, I think it's the first Catholic church in Tennessee, in downtown Knoxville. I used to go to that. They had that. They had a bunch of those on the tiles there.
Good point. We got 500 in the chat. 500 in the chat here. Chungus with the $4.99 tip says, was old world tech reliant on knowledge of the ether? I'll let you answer that one. Grand Theft Torino. What do you think about the ether and old world technology? You might know more than me.
Like hell, I don't know that much. I'm very intermediate in my knowledge.
All right, let me throw some of this out. You know, I'm not the old world antiquitech guy. There's lots of good YouTube channels who cover that stuff. I'd say yes. That's what all the drug culture was, just kind of peering into the etherverse, right? We just saw that Mississippian concept called the other world. Maybe that's the ether world. And here's another good one. Linguistically, I can speak to this. We're in Gemini right now. Let me give you a list of Gemini words. Gemini is very polar, dualistic, right? The twins. There's also a twin motif in the Mississippian culture. But words like witch. Someone asked me about the word witch. Why is it witch? TCH, and then witch like either or. Like which, whatever, which, that witch. He was like, what's the link between those two? And I thought for a second, and I said, Gemini, because the witch rides the pole, okay, like a pole dancer, okay, bipolarity. And then weather is polarity too, right? Hot and cold, rain and dry, thermometer. Poles relate to weather too. And weather has that same meaning too. There's the weather in the sky, and then there's weather, either or weather. Then the word ether came to mind. Ether, either this or either that, either that, this or that. There's something to that, and all those words relate to the sign Gemini with the twins. That's why there's the double meanings and having to do with this or that. All those words have to do with this or that. Yeah. So, good comment, Chungus. Thanks for the insights, Grand Theft Torino. What's your real name? What do you want me to call you?
Oh, you can call me Tony.
Nice. Thanks, Tony.
Oh, thanks for having me on.
Of course. You have a good night, Tony. Thanks, man. God bless. Electric Blue with the $2. Thoughts on the power of semen retention? Oh, man. Tony, come back. We need you. No, just kidding. There's power in there. That's all I'll say. I don't want to get in your bedroom. I don't want to get up in your bedroom business. And believe it or not, Dr. Longo likes to keep it in his pants. And I don't want to be the tantra sex guy. I don't want to be any of that. But I'll say it's better to don't waste if you can help it. Lose as little as you can. Okay? Don't go too extreme with it. I'll say that, because you don't want to end up like Santos Bonacci, where the cum is so backed up it's literally exploding out of his brain. Who knows? There's a difference between being continent and celibate. So, yeah, I don't want to go into it any more than that, but let's just say I waste as little as I can. I mean, I'll say that much, okay? I won't hide the truth from you. I care about that a lot. I don't. Dr. Longo's not dumping loads into the ether, okay? No, not a waster, not a gooner. Very much anti-gooner, all that stuff. That's all I really want to say about it. It matters a lot. There's power in it, but don't just be like celibate, like you're never going to have a girlfriend again. That's going to do nothing for you. You need a girlfriend. You need a good looking lady in your life. Okay. That's all we'll say. Couple other comments here, then we'll bring on the next callers. Virtual reality witness with another $4.99. Peaches are for Old World Georgia channel. Facts. Ravens break. Next book with $5. Next book $20 paperback when? I don't know what that means. Next book $20 paperback when? What does that mean? Mark Farrell with just became a member. Congrats. All right, the next guest here, great guest. Longtime supporter of the show, personal favorite. And one of my best friends. What's up?
Oh,
What's up, Jeff?
what's up?
Chilling, Jeff. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just looking at some weather on the computer, on the
Nice.
old iPad.
What can we do for you?
Just saying what's up.
Nice. What were you doing
How's
today?
everybody doing?
I'm doing good. You're in the flight simulator, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was in the flight simulator. It was
Mhm.
shot a VOR today.
Which program were you running? Building 7 or Pentagon?
No, neither, brother. Neither.
Okay.
No, I was shooting the 9 right VOR into Melbourne.
You want to answer
Practicing
that? You want to take a swing at that semen retention question?
It's great.
All right, yeah.
All the
Where are
real
you at
men do.
now? You back at you in Central Florida or South Georgia?
Yeah, I'm in Florida. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Old campsite
Right.
down by the river in a van. You know.
Is that the trailer?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Love it.
Oh yeah. Home sweet home. Yep. So
Well,
what's new?
what's no, what's new with you? What? Give me a
You wanna know what's
topic.
new with me? I don't know, brother. I just called in just to say hey, just to see
Nice.
to see what kind of conversation would arise. I don't know what to say.
What have you been into recently? Outside of Florida, maybe. What's going on in
Outside of Florida,
what's going on in the truther sphere?
I tell you, it's hard to find good watermelons right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the
You want
truther
to
sphere?
tell
I
people
don't
what
know,
you
dude.
do. Tell people what you do. They'll think that's cool.
What do I do?
Yeah.
Okay, so I buy produce from farms, and then I get them delivered to grocery stores and stuff like that. You know, I also fly. Uh, farm when I can. Just try to make it. Do what I have to. Whatever job comes up, just try to take it.
Yeah. I've been delivering watermelons with you twice,
Yeah,
right?
you've been on a route with me a time or two.
That was pretty fun. You guys should see how many watermelons this guy fits behind his truck. If it weren't for him, the entire city of Atlanta would starve to death on a regular basis. Okay.
Oh man, we haul quite a few. We need to haul more. It's hard. There's only so many you can haul.
He's the lifeline. He's
Yeah.
Why? What's new, man? Isn't some you learning any cool shit recently about fucking Göbekli Tepe or whatever?
Haven't been on that lately.
No.
Oh, Matthew LaCroix.
Matthew Lacroix.
LaCroix, however you say it.
I don't know. Lacroix.
Yeah, he's got some good points.
Yeah, he
For
does.
sure. For sure. Yeah, dude. I don't know what to I don't know where to go with it.
You sent me that picture about the skunk ape, right?
Yeah, I seen a link said that apparently it's a protected species in Florida.
Yeah, let me
So-
pull that up.
Don't y'all be going out there shooting those skunk apes, man. You're gonna go to jail.
And where'd you hear that?
It was on some Google feed, you know. Just clicked on it.
Here,
It was
I'm gonna.
mentioning that the I would hey, talk about some Florida news though. I don't know where that came from. So DeSantis has made gold and silver legal to like a legal currency transaction in Florida. I don't know what that means. You know, like as far as like what do you do? Just walk into Dollar General and throw 2 shekels out, you know? I mean, like what do you do?
You sent me this a couple days ago, like a week ago. And anyone who grew up in Florida, who grew up in real Florida, not the country club Florida, even though that's how I grew up in country clubs, but anyone who went into the real deep woods and swamps and really, you know, run around in the mud and the dirt in Florida growing up hears tales of the skunk ape. The skunk ape is Florida's Bigfoot.
The only difference is it stinks.
Right.
And I mean, of course it has a stink. You know what I mean?
Yeah. A little stank on it never hurt nobody.
Put some stank on it. Call it Florida.
So let's read this. This is here, there's information at the bottom. Bill file supporting a draft of a bill to protect the skunk ape, a cryptid creature understood to live in Florida. The file also includes amendments, vote sheets, and a short transcript of discussion of the bill. 1978. Let's get into it.
Get into it.
Chairman Haben. Okay, take up House Bill 10 by Representative Hazelton. Representative Hazelton not being president, Representative Fontana moves that the bill be referred to Representative Fontana's subcommittee. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, it's the one that basically flies in the face of constitutional rights. Hang on.
So they're giving human rights to skunk apes?
Okay. Representative Knuckles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence and your committee. This is a bill which successfully got out of your committee last year. Simply provides for a first-degree misdemeanor penalty for a person taking possession, harming, or molesting an anthropoid or humanly animal native to Florida. Humanoid animal native to Florida, which is also known as the skunk ape, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or whatever. Here are a couple pictures of this particular individual. Damn. Representative Blackburn, will Mr. Knuckles yield to a question? I certainly would. He yields. Is the habitat of this humanoid restricted to Lee County? No, sir. I gather that they have sightings from throughout several areas. That's the letter I got with. Hang on. Oh, yeah, there's a whole bunch in here. All right, let's flip through it. Hey, you listen to music? Turn that off. It's going to get me in trouble.
It's copyright free.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know that. All right.
I
Whatever.
specifically looked up copyright free music.
People can go check this out if they want. Just search Skunk Ape Bill, Florida. It'll come up. But all right, anything else?
Yeah, I
JC?
wish I had a cool story like one time I was out in the woods and I seen a skunk ape, but I don't.
You know anyone?
I'll
with
tell you
this
what, I do got a story about a black panther though.
Okay.
We my grandfather one time, we were hunting and we heard him shoot. A few minutes later he calls, he's like, "Y'all get over here, get over here. I shot a deer." And he's like, "I walked up." We get over there, he's like, "Right here's a deer, but look over here at this." And it was like a pile of scat. It had black hair all in it. He was like,
right.
"Black Panther walked right by here, took a shit, and kept walking." I believe him.
Right, and the Black Panther's like a legend, right? They're not supposed to exist.
Yeah, not supposed to be here. Melanated, I guess a leopard, melanated leopard. I've seen mountain lions, the brown ones.
Mm-hmm.
Seen one with my brother one time.
You're a bit melanated yourself, ain't you? Moving all moving all these melons across
Melanation.
the melanation. Yeah, that's what you should name your company, Melon Nation.
The melanation.
Hell yeah, we'll keep that
I've
melanin
been working on
coming.
a formula to blend fried chicken and watermelon together.
Right.
And it's just the recipe don't seem to come out quite right.
No. They'll eat it.
It's still a working process. We'll get it one day.
You can make watermelon steaks.
Oh yeah. What do you do? How you do that? How you make a watermelon steak?
You just grill it like pineapple, I think.
Throw it on the grill.
Yeah.
Blacken
I
it.
think so. Yeah.
Put a little chili powder on it.
Here, Peter Berg with $5 Canadian. Love the show. Marcel Foti has a good cast stone theory on the pyramid stones. Plenty of evidence. The ballast stones in Florida are probably the same. Could be.
Talking about those sacks of stones.
Yeah. We're here, Bubba Gump.
Yep.
Thanks for calling in, Bubba Gump.
Yep.
Peace, man. You have a good night. I'll talk to you later. All right, next we got Justin Skeen. Get ready, Justin. You're coming up next. What's up, Justin?
What's up, Longo? Calling from the Dick Root of Florida, Georgia.
Oh yeah, the root vein,
right in the root where it gets a little hairy. Yeah,
right. Nice. What can we do for you today?
So I wanted to call in and share a little bit of some research I've been doing into my family history that ties in with a lot of what you've talked about before. So it starts with my ancestor, John Skeen.
I'm sure everyone can't wait to learn about your family.
No, it's interesting, and I'll explain why. Because John Skeen was the first Freemason to settle America.
Okay,
so
I'm only teasing. By
it's
the
interesting. It gets interesting. I promise. Okay.
John Skeen.
John Skeen, Skeen. It's on Wikipedia. You can find it.
Okay.
But yeah. Sorry, this is not my element here, but I'm more of a recluse researcher.
No, go for it. You got the floor.
Okay. So he he moved to America. 330 years ago now, actually, which is spooky. But the what was it going? It was so Scheme. First of all, there was an interesting video series that was done by who is the channel? It's called Witches Who Settled and Governed America. Descendants of Crane. And it's a YouTube series you can look up. It'll be the first thing that comes up. But so John Scheme, he was a Freemason, obviously, but his mother, it gets really crazy because his mother, Lilius Scheme, also has a Wikipedia page, right? And she was a Quaker. So the Quakers tie into Satanism, like early Quakers. I don't know about modern Quakerism, but early Quakers ties into Satanism because they would basically sit in those Quaker rooms all with the chairs all facing the center, and they would all shake and then get divination. Well, this is crazy because it ties into this ties into why Elvis shakes, I think. It's channeling some sort of divination that I think I'm not going to go too crazy into it, but where was I going? Shit, I'm losing my train of thought.
Like
so
quaking.
Lilius, quaking. Yeah. So it's 200. So Lilius Scheme, she was declared a prophet, a Quaker prophet, in the year 1666. And the Quakers have this weird, from my research, they have this crazy tie-in to sabotage Zevi. He was even, there's some articles, some old newspapers that refer to Zevi, the what is it, the redemption through sin, acts of sin concept. So he was referred to as a Quaker, and there was a lot of crossover between the Quaker groups and this Jewish mystic Zevi followers at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking into the house. The Skene Provost House is the oldest surviving townhouse in Aberdeen. Okay, and it's got some really crazy symbolism in there. Like there's these paintings in the top floor that were covered for like 330 years, and until the 1950s they weren't uncovered.
So
and
what's
then
the girl's name? What's the
Lilius,
female?
Lilius Skene, SK. Her name might be ENE because Skene, John Skene, changed his name to EEN when he immigrated over. So in the Mark Book is the earliest Masonic document is called the Mark Book of Aberdeen Lodge number 1, 1670. And he's listed in that as SKEEN. But then he changed to EN. There's a whole thing with changing the letters of the names. A lot of I've noticed. I picked up a lot of Scottish families do this. I don't know if it's just to hide their trail when they went overseas. It could be a lot of stuff, or just it could be as simple as just trying to avoid people mixing up letters and addressing it to a different guy.
Well, what's interesting is I've talked about how many Masons or occult influenced families, when they came to America, switched their names to have consecutive EEs.
Really?
As a Masonic symbolism, yeah. So Ed Lead Scownon, the guy who made the Coral Castle, CC 33, zip code of the Coral Castle's 33033.
Yeah.
Ed Lead Scownon, his name was spelled IE. He changed it to EE when he moved to America. The Yulee family, the Levy-Yulee family, Florida's first senator and America's first Jewish senator, some of Florida's first Freemasons, was the son of Moses. Eli Levy was David Levy-Yulee, who revived the old Sephardic family name that they kind of put to the side. They revived it when he became the first senator in Florida, and he changed it from YULI to YULEE. And then there's LV Edison Callaway, the guy who claimed Florida was the Garden of Eden. He wrote his name E.E. Callaway for like the rest of his life, for like his whole entire adult life. Always E.E. And he was a Freemason, and he was a Shriner. So, no coincidence.
The first thing I think of when I hear EE is my mind wants to convert it over into numbers and look at it as 55.
Right.
There's a reason for 55. So let me start here. On the outside of Scheme Provost House, there's a two-sided, how do you pronounce this? The shadow clocks, right? Genomon or whatever the hell you call it.
I don't know.
You know the little shadow clocks with the little dial? There's one on the corner of the building, and it's got two dials. One dial on the left is pointed towards 3, right? And the dial on the right side is pointed towards 8 and 9. Between the 8 and the 9. And the reason for this, I think it's significant. I think it ties into some more research I did. But 8 times 9 is 72, and then 72 times 3 is 216. So I think this ties into the 216 letter name of God. And the 72? No, it's 72 names and then 216 letters. So there's a lot of occult symbols tied into just the building and a lot of other aspects of the family history. But what I found is there's a code. I'm just going to be blunt here. There's a code that I picked up on, and this goes into your conversations about Janus that you did like a couple months ago. Janus is, and you guys mentioned Janus holds the keys. It's like the janitor of the building is the one who holds the keys to the building. Okay. I think this phrase that everybody's familiar with is tied into this. Janus, the context is key is the phrase. Everyone's heard that phrase. Context is key. And I think the key that they're referring to is context. Because if you have the context to the mystery, then nobody's gonna. Unless you have the context, unless it's given to you by somebody, you're never gonna figure it out. Basically, is the complexity of it. Or unless you happen to, it's very complex. And the reason is they use a bunch of different numerical codes that can be reduced down. That are broken down into multiple. Each code, I would say maybe there's like 6 or 8 main codes, and each code can be broken down to child codes, like multiple child codes. So you wouldn't know. So some people in this chat might be familiar with an example of this is for 666, you have a child code of 216, which is 216 is 6 times 6 times 6. So this is just an example of a bunch of different ways that they'll say 666 without directly saying 666, because if they did that too often, people would have figured out the mystery by now. So it's just a method of obfuscation.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Oh,
You shut the
perfect.
door. Okay, so where was that? 216. Okay, so thistle, my family's from Scotland, right? So thistle is the Scottish national flower. This is where it gets crazy. This is probably one of my craziest finds. Okay, so the whole story about thistle, there was English invaders and they stepped on a thistle plant. It was sharp and it made them cry out in pain, and the Scottish heard them, and that's obviously a child's fairy tale story for children. But if you look up the CSS color code for thistle, okay?
Listen, buddy. Okay. If you don't start talking about the Skeens gland, if you're not about to tell me that your family is responsible for the Skeens gland.
Yeah, but listen. This is important. This is crazy. Thistle, the color code, the CSS color code for thistle is 216-191-216. Okay, so it's encoding in it, and in the color code for that code, it lines up on multiple levels. Okay, so thistle is actually purple. The color 216-191-216 actually lines up with the color that thistle would be, which indicates to me that they must have, it's possible that they organized the entire CSS color code around this one specific embedding. And here it goes deeper, because the 191, if you look up the gematria for the Latin name for thistle, which is Silbum Marianum, it's 191. So it's saying 216, 191, and this is, okay, so why thistle? I was looking into thistle. There's studies on thistle where they've used it, thistle seed extract, okay, thistle seed, where they gave lab rats, a group of lab rats, death cap mushrooms. One didn't have the thistle seed.
Hey. We call them Latin Americans now. Okay.
Okay, Latin Americans. Sorry, I wasn't aware. But they gave two groups the control tests, the mushrooms, and then they gave a group of mice who took the seed extract, and they survived. So the ones that ate the mushroom obviously all died, but the ones who ate the seed extract were able to survive. So that blew my mind because I'd never heard of anything. That's like the most powerful pre-antidote I've ever heard of, that it can make you survive death cap mushrooms. And the fact that I'd never heard of it makes me think it's not meant to be heard. Like they don't want you to know about this for some reason, and on top of all the occult connections I just listed. But there could be something. I have a few theories on what that is, what that it relates to. It could be. I've listened to a bit of Ammon Hillman, and he talks about there being a Christ and an Antichrist drug. I'm not sure about that, but it's possible that this would fit the bill for being that Antichrist drug, which would explain the 666s in the color code, because it would prevent you would take a poison. He says they took a mixture of 7 viper venoms and then a pre-antidote. And
right. Well, hang on.
Bill.
Careful with the Ammon Hillman guy.
Dude.
If you watch too much of him, you'll end
You'll
up
go crazy.
blowing dead
Fucking
dogs on the
children's
side
blood,
of the
yeah.
freeway.
Yeah. We're in agreement there. 100%.
Let me ask you, dude. You ever heard of the Skene's gland?
Yes, I have heard of the Skene's gland. Yes, absolutely. You want to talk about it, or should I go off on it?
Yeah, tell us what you know. Does that have to do with your family? You about that life?
It's yeah, I'm definitely about that life. Getting that what is the word? The for the freaking, what do they call it? The liquor of life. What is it? The
elixir of life.
The elixir of life. Yeah, some people have related it to what comes out of this is ejaculated out of the Skene's glands. Interestingly, it's named after obviously a skene, but there's a park. There's a crazy park in where is it? Boston, Brooklyn. It's in Brooklyn. It's Grand Army Park or something. But they got his statue there in the back, a bust of Alexander Skene, who's the guy who the Skene's glands are named after. And the whole park, if you look at it from Google Earth, from the top down, it's like one of the only circular parks in New York. Everything is based like in squares. But if you look at it from the top down, it looks like a vagina, basically, is what I'm saying. The whole park.
Whoa. That's sick.
Yeah. But I'm thinking something.
Who's responsible? Say his name one more time. Who's responsible?
Alexander Skene. Yeah, he was the gynecologist that it was named after in the 1800s. Yeah. So that's just really weird that all that stuff has in, like the Skene's gland. Where was I going to go with this? Okay, so I just want to give a little example. This is going off a little bit off the track I was on, but if you look at let me see here. So there's these codes. I was telling you the codes were, one of the codes was 666. There's more codes. Okay, why is it 666? First of all, a 6 represents a spiral. That's why it even looks like a spiral. Okay, and a spiral. I'll explain all of my reasoning for this later. But a spiral represents your conscious mind. The second 6 is your second spiral. It represents your subconscious mind. The third 6 is the egregore base. The egregore, it's the unconscious mind. So you have conscious, unconscious, subconscious. And where was I going with this? Okay, so that's important to understand for these. The 666 basically means that we're all collectively in a state of spiral. So we don't understand the truth of this world. So we create all these platforms for us to stand on and get footing because we don't understand the truth. So we come up with all our own explanations, because if we didn't have an explanation, we would be spiraling. We'd all be going crazy, basically. Okay, so this leads to the next number, which is in this whole system works from 1 to 20. And there's a reason for that, because 20 ties the twin system together. It's the twin tie. And this whole system works between 1 to 9. 0 is the mirror. 11 to 19 is the twin system to what we exist, the world we exist in. Okay, I know that sounds crazy. Just stick with me here. I'm going to give some crazy evidence for this. And it's basically all found throughout Hollywood movies. I've got like a whole document, like 1,000 pages long, of different movies where they'll use dates that are related to a movie that's related to the themes that we're talking about. They'll mark them. They'll usually double mark them. I call it a double wink. So there's basically no doubt that they're coding it this way, because they'll code, say, like for 777. If they're going to code 777, one of the ways they'll code it is 117. Okay, or 17. These are all child codes. So there's a movie that came out recently, Mickey 17. Okay, it released on January 17th. Okay, so that's. And then there's a show called Severance recently, which I'll explain why Severance ties into this in a second. Severance is basically severing the link between your conscious mind and your subconscious mind through some sort of a drug ritual. So this is where I think the Skene's gland might be related, and the thistle seed extract. Where was I going with this? Okay, so Severance, right? So there's a show called Severance, and it's all about this. This is, if you look at the show, it's he severs from his other. He creates another half of the point is there aren't two people in Severance that go. There's not one guy that goes into that lives in the office and one guy that lives outside. It's the same person. So the concept that there's two people is an illusion. It's just one person. Just like the concept that the subconscious mind exists is also an illusion. So when you shatter that illusion, there's something that happens. I don't know exactly what, but it could possibly, I don't know, maybe it makes you better than everybody else, makes you more creative. I don't know. This might be what constitutes selling your soul, selling your soul to the devil. But let me give you a few more examples here of 777, because this is super important. I mentioned Janus, didn't I? Oh yeah, that was the beginning.
Sorry, I was muted. What do you think about 666 in carbon?
Yeah,
the atomic number, is that right? Or the proton, neutron, and electron count for carbon, I believe, is 666. And
yeah.
Carbon is the most abundant element in the universe, they say, the universe. But right, so you can kind of interpret 666, the number of the beast, as the number of matter. Like, just like water is kind of like is what we use as like the example for liquid, right? It's like the standard for fluids and liquid.
Right.
You can kind of look at carbon as the standard for matter in general. It's the most abundant. I believe water is the most abundant liquid in the world. Carbon's the most abundant element in the universe, right? In the material world. So that's how I kind of interpret 666. It's matter, right? Being imprisoned in matter, not to get too Gnostic with it, but it's the limitations of living in matter and the animal, kingdom, and having a material body and all that.
That's perfect, because that ties in with what I was with my research, because the one of the twins, the physical part of our body, is referred to from this is all the context that I've collected from just once you start to snowball, once you get, like I said before, the context is key with the twin context. And once you have that, you can start to snowball your understanding just by observing movies, games, dates. It's all embedded there. Let me give you an example here. Shit, I closed my document. So, shit, where's my fucking pen?
You can share your screen if you want.
I'm on my phone, and I got my desktop. My desktop doesn't have a camera or mic on it, so I'm using my phone. Where we at? History. I was able to put all of my research. This is just a tip to anybody else out there that might have a ton of research. Take it into Gemini 2.5 AI Studio, and plug all your stuff in through Google Docs, and you can just like prompt it and ask questions.
Guys. Just hand it right over. Yeah, just email it to Israel while you're at it.
Yeah.
CC it to Mossad.
Cross my fingers, hope to die, I guess. But okay, so an example of 777. Okay, here's a good one. Everyone's familiar with Master Chief from Halo. Okay, 117.
Okay. All right. Okay, got me. I'm back.
I got you. Okay, 117.
Sierra 117.
So he's seven. The severance thing makes you more than somebody who is still in the 666 state. Okay, you ascend. You're more than them somehow.
Well, it's jackpot. 777's jackpot.
Yeah, it's jackpot too, right? So, Master Chief, he's superhuman. He was chosen. Actually, this is interesting. He was chosen from a pool of 33 other candidates. There's 33 other selected children in the lore that became those super soldiers. So, and the studio that produced it is Studio 343, which is what was that? It relates to 117 somehow, or 777. I think it's the 343 is the 107th prime or something. Shit.
Nice comment. Longo comment said, "Longo outside with that Master Chief."
Let's see here. So Studio 343. Damn it, docs.
Oh, someone had a good comment here. John Lenz says 343 equals CDC.
Interesting.
Right. Center for Disease Control.
Hey, that's in Atlanta where I am. Dun.
Also, 117 711 is of course, like a quick stop, gas station place.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these companies mark themselves with these codes just as to symbolize that they're in the club, basically.
And here, 711 is the year that the Moors took over Spain, I believe, or first made it into Spain. Very key date there for Moorish history. And 711 is almost like a mockery, almost like a. It's hard to.
There's 343 first responders that died on 9/11. Okay, so this is what it was. It was 7 times 7 times 7 is 343. That's the relation. It's like 6 times 6. It's the 216 to 7 to. It's like the 216 version of 666. Essentially, is what they did for their studio. Let me read off a few of these codes. I found examples of the code just to solidify it here for you. 777. Oh, and then here's another. It's embedded everywhere. Cyberpunk 2077. He severed from his human self, and he became more. He became a cyborg. It fits the theme.
Right.
This is. I don't know exactly. There's this thing online about the Elton conspiracy, the Elton number, where it says if you count all the. Yeah, I'll keep going. If you count all the.
We go to the bathroom.
I go for it. If you count every single letter in the Bible, everything, it adds up to 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 times 7 to the 7th words and numbers, including the numbers. I haven't checked that. I'd have to go in, like AI says that's not accurate. It gives like a close number, so I'd have to go do it myself. Not really sure on that one. Let me find something else here. Okay, here's Zechariah 11:17. This is another way that they'll do 17 codes, because 11 means to double. It's the doubling number. It's the twin number. It'll double anything you multiply it by. So Zechariah 11:17 is woe to the idle shepherd that leaveth the flock, the sword shall be upon his arm, and upon his right eye, his arm shall be clean, dried up, and his right eye shall be utterly darkened. So this whole thing with the one eye symbolism that everybody's familiar with, it relates to the severance concept. So when you sever, the right eye represents the twin that you sever from. So whenever you see them doing the Black Eye Club, or they're in some picture, celebrities with a picture with their hand over their left eye or their right eye, it represents the severance of the twin, in my opinion. Here's some more examples. The 777th Pokemon is one that wants to get struck by lightning. So lightning relates to all this because the mystery is it's like the way the mystery is described is that it comes like a bolt of lightning, basically. That's why the whole Zeus with lightning striking you down is the revelation of the mystery. It's everywhere. It's crazy. Diddy, P. Diddy was denied a $77 million bail. Let's see what else we have here. Code 77 for police code means an ambush, which is interesting. It's from what I've researched, it seems like it's a trick. Like whenever you sever, it's not what you thought you wanted it, but you didn't want. When you get the result, it's not what you really wanted at the end. You kind of got tricked into it, which fits the whole theme of the devil giving you a wish, but it's like a legalistic wish, and then you end up screwing yourself. So I think that might tie into it.
So Justin, you got a YouTube channel?
No, I was thinking I want to put my research out. I was going to make a video here soon.
Remind me what state you're in?
Georgia. In Georgia.
Right. Yeah, the dick root. Right.
Sorry. Yeah, the dick root.
Why don't you start Old World Georgia, dude? Go for it.
Didn't somebody in comments already say they did the Old World Georgia thing?
I don't know. Are they putting out YouTube videos? I don't think so.
Man, I don't know. I'd have to check. Somebody, I pretty sure I saw somebody a second ago say that in the comments. Thought it was interesting when I saw it.
Yeah,
but
what do you?
Yeah, I'll make a channel. I'd love to share the rest. It's extensive research. It's a lot. Really, what I want to do is share a link with people where they can access the AI and just prompt ask it whatever they want and get the information they specifically want out of it. Because it's a lot to go through. Nobody has the time to go through all this stuff in their own time. So,
yeah.
But I could keep going, dude, if you want. I got some crazy, but if you want to get another call on, let me know. I'm all.
Yeah, we got a full. You got a
whole lined up, a queue to the moon. All right, I'll pass on the stage here.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, this guy's trying to come in right now. But Justin, good stuff, man. I think the people are digging it. Go make a video.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll try to put this out tomorrow or the next day.
So a little bit of editing goes a long way.
Yeah. I'm sure. I'll have to learn all that. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Peace. Keep that. Take it easy on that Skeens gland, okay?
I'll send you some if you want, dude. Bottles,
No. keep that milk and honey to yourself. Okay?
All right, dude, it might be the key to everything. You don't know.
I think it is.
It might be flying and shooting lightning out of your fingertips.
Keep yours to yourself. I'll keep my. Everyone keep their Skeens gland to themselves, okay? All right, we got next up, Mr. 786. It says your device is not connected. Okay, there you go. You ready?
Oh.
How's it going, Mr. 786? Mr. Miami?
Calling from the Skeens gland of Florida. Coral Gables.
More like the schmegma of Florida.
Hey, good stuff, brother. Just want to let you know, don't change when you go on Joe Rogan, all right?
Okay. Yeah, I'm waiting. Not a good friend, but an early friend from when the channel wasn't that big. One of my friends that I used to swap content with just went on Joe Rogan. And that was a big surprise. So if he can make it there, I can make it there. Not saying I really wanted to go there, but
no, I definitely see you there one day. I definitely see it.
Well,
A couple of things.
I've
Go
got a
ahead.
trick up my sleeve. If the day ever comes, I've got a trick up my sleeve.
What's that?
That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick, man, a couple of your videos great. I live in Coral Gables, so they always strike home. I play
Yeah.
golf at the Granada golf course. I live right next to the water tower. There in Coral Gables, the quote unquote
yeah.
water tower.
Love it over there. Yeah.
And then you did another video on the spring in Brickell, the guy's house that has a spring in the backyard or the front yard.
Yeah.
I actually went there, a couple weeks after you posted that video. I'm like, I want to check it out. I passed by it many, many times, but I didn't know anything about the house until you did that video. So I park next to the house, and there was this little old man, and he was like, it's like a little parking area. So he was a guy, and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I park real quick just to check out the house? I didn't want to pay. So he's like, yeah, you can park there, no problem. So he parks there. I parked there, and I started looking at the house, and I started talking to him. He's Peruvian, okay, and my
Right.
Spanish is not that great, but he starts telling me a story of one time there. He was there monitoring the parking lot, and he said he saw a person there, and then when he looked away, he looked back, and the person was completely gone. And then he went on a whole tangent on, well, not tangent. He was just talking about how he believes it could be a portal. I was like, I'm talking to the right guy here, man. I wish you would have spoken to this guy when you were there taking the video. He was really dropping some knowledge.
Was he working there or just visiting?
No, he was working there. He was working the parking lot next door. I guess somebody, it's Brickell. There's a bunch of people trying to get parking and whatnot. So it's just like a little parking area he was working at.
Well, maybe I can track him down. I'm gonna go back there at some point.
There's some other places you should definitely check out in the area. They got the Freedom Tower. I don't know if you've seen the Freedom Tower. That's definitely some old world stuff going on there.
Yeah, that's interesting that they've kept it. It's like 100 years old-ish, roughly, so they say. But yeah, it sticks out like a sore thumb in downtown like Bayfront, Miami, right?
Yeah, and there's a church there too. There's a few things there that stick out from what's going on there. Who knows how long they'll be there? I've been to the Miami Circle before. Also, what was it? The 777 building. Is that the new location? So look, the guy that was just calling was talking about the 777. Next to the house that you're showing is a 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the place that you did the video
Oh
on.
yeah.
Right next door is the
store.
7-Eleven. So I thought that was interesting too.
Yeah.
The calls have kind of lined up. So
Tell me this. In the video, I didn't get a good shot of it, but how many homeless people congregate right there sometimes? A lot, right?
All over the place. I usually hang out on that area, and yeah, they're all over the place.
Mm-hmm. And you see that the railroad, the metro station right there.
Yep. The Metro Mover. I think that's the Metro Mover that's right there.
That used to be the Flagler Railroad that went all the way up to like Jekyll Island.
Oh, interesting. There's a lot of coral rock in that area.
Yeah, right. That's why they chose it. It's interesting. It's like the spine of Florida almost.
And another video you did.
Ridge.
Another video you did was Reynolds Park, and I grew up in that area, man. A lot of your videos definitely hit home. It's great to watch your channel, man. A lot of things I'd never heard of, and a lot of things that I thought I knew about. So it's interesting to those things, man.
Thank you, Mr. 786.
Yes, sir.
You play on the castle like growing up and stuff?
Yes, sir. Definitely rolling down that hill was like a childhood memory right there.
Yeah, I hear that from quite a few people. That's awesome, man. Go ahead.
I was gonna say last thing before, I know you probably got a bunch of callers and they probably got cool stories too. My mom's side is like multi-generational Florida. My dad's side is Dominican. My mom's side multi-generational Florida. My grandma, God rest her soul, I wish she was alive to listen to your show. She'd probably tell you some crazy stories. One story I will say that she told me was interesting. She said that our family back in the day, were trying to homestead an island in the Florida Keys. And at that time, I don't know what time it was, but if you'd stay there the entire year, you would get to keep the island. So my family stayed on this island for 11 months. And on that 12th month, one of my family members got sick and it forced us to leave the island. And I always think back, I'm like, that's crazy. I could have had an island on the Keys.
Yeah, that would be crazy, man.
But yeah, man, appreciate you, big dog. Great show. I'll be tuning in. Mr. 786 signing
Thank
out.
you,
Sir.
Mr. 786, man. God bless. Thanks
Peace,
for calling
brother.
in. Peace. Some good local insights into some cool sites. Also, I wish should have brought up with Mr. 786. He brought up the potential portal at the Ancient Well of Mysteries or Well of Ancient Mysteries. I forget. There's another place called El Portal. I think he's probably seen that video too. But El Portal, Florida, is a interesting little neighborhood. It's a little bit nicer than the areas around it, but a lot more quaint. And there's a cul-de-sac with an Indian mound. And I did a video on that, so just search El Portal Old World Florida if you haven't seen it already. But yeah, here's the Indian burial mound in El Portal. And there's a cave there. Let's see if they got a picture of that. Nope. Old World Florida exclusive content, people. I think I'm the only person to put out a picture of that cave in the last 70 years. Psh, look at that. They censoring me. Psh, look at that. If that's not censored, I don't know what is. Dude. You kidding me? Look at this. Look how censored Old World Florida is. They got one video. They got one shitty little video on that I did on astrology. None of my stuff. All me on other people's stuff. Instagram, one little Instagram thing. You'd think my YouTube channel would show up right away, right? Whatever. There we go. That's a great video, guys. Go check that one out. El Portal, Miami's underground portal. All right, bringing on the next caller. Daraj L. Daraj. What's up, Daraj? How you doing,
brother? Good.
Chilling.
Good
Where are
to
you
talk
calling
to
from again?
From Wisconsin, brother.
Wisconsin. Nice. What can I do for you?
Well, I want to talk about portals. Not El Portal, but portals, I suppose. I mean, and also Aether. We can talk about Aether Tech, Antiquitech. That's sort of my forte at the moment. My hard research at the moment. Bells, frequency, vibrations. Yeah, I don't know. What do you feel like El Portal, the place you were just looking at? You think what would your first intuition on what a portal is, I suppose?
Well, in Florida, they say El Portal it means gate or just entryway, like door, puerto, right? Port. But I don't think they called that one El Portal for that reason, because there's a cave there. There's a cave that goes underneath the Indian Mound right there in El Portal, in the Sherwood forest of El Portal. And I think that's the portal they're referring to. But, you know, what does it mean to me? I'm not a big time travel guy. I don't believe in like stargates. If I saw it, maybe
Sure.
I'd change my mind on it. But I think it's
Okay.
more of like it's not to be vague, but I think it's more of like a consciousness, like almost like a, astral travel type thing. Certain places make it easier to astral travel. That's my gut instinct on it. But let's hear what you have to say. I'm down.
Well, so yeah, any sort of observation, like you could say going to bed, going dream, you're teleporting to a different realm, you kind of phase into a different, or maybe same body, different location, whatever.
Right.
But as the observer of the traveling, right, you get into like out of body, astral body. Have you had any NDEs or astro body experiences, or sort of what's your take on that?
Yeah, I've had a couple. I hate when people talk about their lucid dreams, but I'm a
Sure.
pretty natural lucid dreamer. Never really had to try hard. I will say that I tried to astral project one time on purpose, and just by laying down, like hands down by your side, and doing like the shaking method or like rocking the boat method. You try and like rock your ether
Yeah.
body out of your physical body without, you're laying on the bed, and you kind of like try and quake. We were talking about Quakers earlier,
Yeah.
but how you can, that's one method I've heard of. You lay down and you try and rock yourself out of your body without actually moving yourself. And man, that worked pretty dang quick. Really, really quick. And I made it out of my bedroom, through the door, down the hall, across the hall to like the TV room at my old like childhood house. And and when I got to the door, I looked back and I saw myself in the bed. So I was like, all right, this is it. I'm in. And then I made it to the TV room, and I just felt such like almost like I was on a roller coaster in my stomach. Like it was almost not frightening, but like it just got very real all of a sudden.
You accelerated. You
And
started to pick up speed.
yeah, I felt like I was experiencing almost like G forces, and I don't know if I hesitated or what, or if I just lost control, but I just rushed back to my body real quick. Just shot back to my body, woke up, and I woke up real quick. And I wasn't that sleepy. It was nighttime, but I laid down to do it on purpose. So,
Wow.
but other than
Did you
that,
have
go ahead.
Oh, I've done that too, where like, in a dream, scenario, I'm out of body, I'm in somewhere else, right? And then I pull back, some fear mechanism makes me want to get out of that situation, and I, dissociate from that realm, and then pull back, and I crash back into my body and wake up in my bed, right? Sort of like the jump out of, or whatever scary situation you find yourself in a dream. I've had multiple times where that has happened in different scenarios of being like, just from sleeping or whatever, dream world, not necessarily out of body or purposely astro projecting or whatever, but being pulled back into my body and then waking up to an earthquake. And that happened like 4 times to me when I lived in California.
Wow.
And that's just I can't prove that. I wasn't testing for that. So, whatever, my word. But that sort of got me into the line of thinking of, okay, earthquakes, volcanoes, ley lines, like these things are a part of us. You know, it's a part of this cohesive mind of God, which we are embodying. We sublimate at different levels, you know. Everything is created from, you know, if we're going from the Christian, you know, Genesis narrative, the words of God, right? The words of God were Phoenician. Language is based off of the zodiacal, you know, forms, right? The wheel, and then those forms sublimate into all of the languages that we use at the moment. Not all, but you know what I mean.
Right.
And then you get into like the correlation of Giza to Orion's belt, and then the astrologic associations to the land, right? And it's like, you know, your old world Florida, that's where you were born, you know, that's where you're resonant with, you're very open about that, right? And it's like you sublimated from the aether into Florida based off of your lens, right? Based off of the will of your spirit, you know, the story in which God wants to play out for Dr. Longo to exist, right? To spread the word of the good word, you know what I mean? But yeah,
Shelia, what does your name mean? Daraj L. Is that your real name? Or is that
it's
some
Jared.
sovereign citizen?
Yeah, it's a mirror of my Jared name. So
Oh, right.
Daraj.
Okay. Yeah, you came on. You were on before, right?
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, all good.
I remember. But
I
you're
hit you up on.
You got reddish hair, right?
Yeah, I've got the copper beard.
So you got reddish hair. How does it feel to find out that you're secretly African American? You hop on that?
Yes.
You hop on that,
brother.
Hop on that bandwagon.
I knew it all along. Like they're just telling me things that I already knew. So like, no, I don't understand that. I totally like it was all my other like it was one of those situations like my friends were starting to like joke about it to me, but I didn't like I had no context. So I'm like, what is happening? And then it's sort of like the meme of South Park. You know, gingers don't have souls now. Gingers are considered African. I don't know.
Something like that.
It's fun. We're having fun here. We're at the convergence point. You know, we're going back to source. So I feel like we're all one anyway. Like you are not. You know, we're not separate. The self. It's all contained within the body, and I think that's part of like the Vitruvian Man and the ley lines and the grid layout and like what Da Vinci gets into with you know, I don't know, the observer effect, the 13th principle, because you have 12, you know, you have 12 in the painting, but then you are the observer as the 13th, and you're to have that experience of looking at the painting, you need to be the observer. And to paint the painting, you need to be the 13th. That's sort of the, I don't know, the rule of 12, base 13.
We're here.
Cycle, zodiac. Yeah.
1 second here. Florida Panther Chud with the $10. He says, somewhat new listener, loved the Creed stream from the other day. And of course, let's go Panthers. Shelia, thanks for the support. How's Wisconsin treating you? Is it warm there right now?
It's beautiful out right now. Everything's green. We're getting plenty of rain. The environment is dope, brother. Oh, you got the Vogel? That's a massive Vogel, too.
I know. Yeah, these just got here.
Bro, you order... So, Vogel crystals, we could get into piezoelectrics and Dan Winter, but bro,
look at all my shit.
He's got the glass.
Oh,
go pick up your glass from plug your store.
Shout out Dancing
But I-
Elephant.
So I build quartz amplifiers. So
Okay.
I take the design is to take chaotic 5G and Wi-Fi radiation, structure that into a quartz lattice, and repropagate it. And you can look up orgone amplifiers on Instagram, and it's not me. That's another guy. But cloudbusters, bro. What do you think about
Yeah.
cloud bustings or your relationship to the weather?
I believe in cloud busting, dude. There was a cloudy day one day. We had a meetup on a cloudy day, and a subscriber brought a big ass cloud buster. Huge. It was like, 6 feet tall, like a big pyramid. And yeah, totally opened up the sky around us. There's no disputing it influenced the weather. So, I believe that. You can light some people believe that burning certain woods change the weather. Something as subtle as that can have an influence. So
Right.
I'm a
And that's the
believer.
thing. It's like we get into the practicality of whatever the tool is, and then like the magic that it causes. Because people use I've seen jugs of vinegar do cloud busting, right? People put jugs of vinegar on their
Right.
roof.
Boiling vinegar. I've heard that.
Boiling.
Boiling vinegar in the backyard. I've heard that. Yeah. People really believe that.
If you put a glass of water, vinegar, and salt, and water, like in your room, that's supposed to like cleanse like sage, right? So it's like the different vehicles. There's many solutions to figuring out your personal connection to the environment, and how that begins to amplify when you connect and you begin to your phase cohesion between your hemispheres begins to implode, charge implosion of the mind. That is a part of piezoelectrics and propagation of energy. Aether.
Mm-hmm.
And aether is important. And going back to a conversation you had tonight of witch, right? I put in the chat earlier, AE, the combination symbol, the AE, A and E, phonetic, vowel, quantumly connected as the center point, so AE, V then propagates out the top of V out of A, right? If you have just physics like wave propagation, E is the wave propagating horizontally. So scalar, you can have one hemisphere, E propagating to the left, which would be the 3 symbol, and then E going to the right would be E as we understand it. And sort of, if everything is connected, then these forms of light and shadow follow patterns that we can detect. And I think Hebrew does a good job of that. And I think Hebrew specifically around light and shadow of the phonetics, and like the way phonetics interacts with light and how you absorb that back in, sort of connection with nature. I think not Hebrew in specific, it's momentum lines. Like it's you can distill it further than just Aleph, and that's the whole thing. But you can't determine a symbol without the shade, right? It's sort of like that's why black is used for the cuneiform.
Well, Jared, do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. It's Deraja, or sorry, I am Deraj. I am Deraj on YouTube. I'm like, what is my YouTube? But yeah, I have some weird, crazy shit about the Last Supper and some other stuff about the state of Israel, and Israel
Nice.
specifically,
well, guys,
like the words. Oh yeah, I'll head out. Thanks, man.
That's all right, guys. Go check out I Am Deraj on YouTube. Is that right?
Yeah.
I Am Deraj, Deraj.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, totes, man. Thanks for calling in. Enjoy
Appreciate
that
it.
Wisconsin summer. Next up, we have Cass, aka a girl.
Oh
What's
no.
up?
Hi.
Hey, Cass.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. How
Okay,
do I
great.
sound?
Great. I was wondering if you're up for talking about Wendy's and astrology.
I'm down. You got some
Okay.
gravy?
So, well, first the astrology thing. I know almost nothing about it. I actually, I don't know, 2 years ago or so, joined your Patreon because one of the things was I'll give you an astrology lesson, and you never did. So just calling you out with that, but no, that was fine. But I know
This is why
almost.
we don't take women callers, guys. Okay.
I
No,
told my
just
husband, I was like, he messes with people all the time, so if he can't take it, then this is the test to see if he can take it back.
right.
But so yes, I know almost nothing about astrology. I'm curious, but I never met anyone who really talked to me about it. So I have a question. Can you guess someone's astrology signs just from talking to them? Are you like that good at it, or is that even a thing people can do?
And I just want to disclaim here. You put your own name as AKA a girl,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I'm not the one who said that, people.
I
Okay.
thought that was
She
funny.
said
So.
it, yeah. Okay. But say the question one more time. Sorry.
Can you guess someone's astrological signs from talking to them, or is that even something people who are good at astrology can do?
You can. I'm not going to say I'm like amazing at it, but if I see someone and then I talk to them and like get some indicators, or if you let someone drive the conversation, they'll almost always put it towards something their sign, is associated with.
Oh, interesting.
But but no. Why? Do you want me to guess? I don't
I
know.
was just, if it's something you could do, I'd be curious if you could guess by the end of our conversation.
I don't know. Well,
Okay.
either air or fire.
So I am June 22nd.
Oh, you're a Cancer or
I think I'm right on the cusp, which
a
always
Gemini
confused
or
me.
Cancer?
It's Cancer, but it's like the first or second day of it.
All right. Well, if you're a Cancer, then I was wrong. But yeah, I mean, I can't really guess that. But
Okay. Well,
some
yeah, we
people
didn't
could.
talk that long either yet at that point. I was just curious how obvious people signs are.
I think visually, it's all about people wear their sun sign and their ascendant on their face, and
Interesting.
yeah, I'm a big believer in that. And when I guess, I usually almost always guess off
I talked with
facial.
you live on one of your calls. I don't know when it was, years ago. We
Nice.
talked about vegetarianism and veganism and Jesus being a vegetarian.
Right.
So that was a long time ago. But yeah, my second time calling in. So my Wendy's question was, do you remember, I'm sure you do, but the whole finger in the chili scandal way back in the day?
No. Did someone find a
No.
finger?
Okay, so someone found a finger in their chili. A whole lawsuit happened, and then the lady who found the finger in her chili backtracked and said, "Oh, actually, I had a dead uncle, and I put the finger in my chili, so I actually did that."
Ooh.
And I was wondering if you think the backtracking, well, if you think it could have been real. I think 2010 is when this happened. If you think there probably was some finger in the chili, or do you think the lady did lie about it? But yeah,
Finger. Let me search.
okay.
Happened in 2005. It settled in 2010.
Okay, so yeah, this headline says she came clean.
Mm-hmm.
Ayala, she's got the same last name as Juan. That's funny. Might be a homunculus finger or something. But her name was Anna Ayala. Her husband, ooh, this is weird. Her husband's last name was Jamie Placencia. Placenta, anybody? Placencia? Ew. We got Anna Ayala and her husband Jamie Placencia. Okay, now I'm a little more suspicious of the couple, but she went to prison. She cooked the finger and went to prison, according to this article.
Yeah, how much work
But-
would it be to cut off your dead relative's finger, put it in bring it to Wendy's, put it in your chili? I just think that's crazy. If
Let me
she
see.
actually did that.
Let me see if I can find a picture of her.
I was really
Oh,
young when this all was going down, so I have no idea what she looks like.
she looks like Juan too. Here. Sorry, Juan. Grow that hair out a little longer. Look at that. Is that not Juan on Juan, guys? Come on. Yeah, so like homunculus, bro. Well, that's the finger lady. I don't know. Her face is a little.
Does look like one.
She looks like I don't trust her face. But
Yeah, now that I see her, I don't either.
how about this? Here could be the thing. You know how like Disney made Disney Frozen to distract from
From the
Disney?
frozen head.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
Disney being frozen.
Yeah.
What if they sent this crazy cannibal couple in to Wendy's to throw the scent, to throw
Oh,
the dogs off the scent?
ew. Oh, gross. That's very possible. Wow. Huh.
Maybe it's all. So now when you search Wendy's cannibal or Wendy's human meat, this little article comes up. Oh, it's debunked. Oh, forget about it. Nothing to see
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Who knows?
That's fascinating. So I recently moved to Arizona, and when
Why?
we were for my health, but we were driving around and there was a Wendy's and the sign said, I don't know when Wendy's was founded, but it said serving people since, and then the date that they started. And
No
when
way.
and this was before I heard any you talk about Wendy's, but I was like, what? I'm like, is that a disclosure that they've been serving people since whenever? But I thought that was really fascinating that the wordage was serving people. Not like serving our community or anything like that, but serving
Right.
people.
Huh.
It was just on like their, they add words to their little signs out front.
Yeah. No, that could be the case for sure. Serving people. Also, like Five Guys.
Oh,
You
Five
know,
Guys. Oh my goodness.
The average batch of burgers might take 5 guys. Who knows?
Oh my goodness.
Things like that.
Yeah, if I wasn't already a vegetarian before I learned about this stuff, I would become a vegetarian just to avoid the risk of eating people, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's not even worth it to me, but I don't want to eat meat anyway. But
Flesh.
yeah, I
Let's
know.
call it what it is.
Yep, no, exactly.
And also,
Flesh and blood.
people are like, oh, they put human in the food. Don't eat that stuff. Well, what's so? And I totally condemn human eating, but what's so bad about eating human? Right? The adrenochrome, right?
Mhm.
That's what most people would think.
Well, but
You
that's
know.
not just human.
Exactly. So most people's biggest issue with eating human. I don't know. I don't know if I can say that. Most people don't want to eat human, but how do people not see how little of a difference there is between
Mhm.
human flesh and animal flesh is beyond me.
Yeah. Yeah, you
So-
can't even tell if it's in front of you and it's meat on a plate and it's been cooked, you don't know. Like you
Yeah.
can't tell the difference probably.
Most
Yeah,
flesh eaters would eat meat and would eat human meat and not even realize
not
it,
even know, yeah.
probably. Yeah. But where are you calling from again?
Arizona.
Right. So what do you mean your health? I don't want to pry, but what's so helpful about Arizona?
Less mold.
Less mold.
Yeah, because
Okay.
California was insanely moldy. Like everything was moldy there, and I got really sick from other things. But yeah, so drier climate has been really nice so far. Only been here a little, but yeah, I like it.
Right.
I've been to Florida once on vacation. I just remember it being really humid. That's like all I remember.
It is humid. But half the year it's like perfect. You can have your windows open the whole time. But yeah, the summer, like right now, it's raining every day. It's starting to rain every single day. It's hot, but I like it. I don't think the mold's especially bad in Florida or anything. I think they just have gotten used to accommodating for the humidity, but who knows? I think mold's a problem everywhere, and
Oh, for sure. It's getting a bigger problem because it's still not really on people's radars. And so
Mhm.
it doesn't get fixed quickly enough. But yeah, I was gonna ask something about some meat. You made the video about KFC. Is that the only one you really get into fast food in? Because I was trying to see all
yeah,
of your content about that, and I only found that one.
yeah. That was I only stumbled into the fast food thing on accident by looking into the KGC. So I did a KGC video, and the
Mm-hmm.
fast food was at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Once I'm done writing this book that I'm working on, I'm going to be producing a lot more videos.
Oh, yay. I
Um,
can't wait.
and I'm going to do a whole fast food video.
I can't
So,
wait. That would be great. I think, yeah, okay. One thing about the meat thing that I was thinking, a lot of reasons people, you're like, what's the difference between human flesh, eating human flesh and animal flesh? I think most people just say like intelligence, but I think animals are very intelligent. A lot of them, like, I don't know. I think if you pay attention, you'll realize how intelligent life is. Um, but
Mhm.
I just don't want to kill anything. Like, that's my main thing. And then I also think, well, if I eat meat, I actually stopped eating meat for like spiritual faith reasons. And then I also started feeling way, way better afterwards. And so I realized how sick meat was making me feel. But one thing that you're probably aware of this. I think I heard you talk about this. But when I stopped eating meat, like that first month, it felt like insane withdrawal symptoms. And when that happened, I was like, that's not good. Like, I don't get withdrawal symptoms when I stop eating broccoli for a month. Like, that doesn't happen. So that was really interesting. Do you have any insight about that?
yeah, that's something I don't bring up too often because I don't think many people understand it, but flesh is an addiction.
Hmm.
All meat has a little bit of blood in it. Now
Yeah.
ask yourself, number one, why is flesh drained of its blood? Isn't that one of the most nutritious parts according to the carnivore diet and all this stuff? Why do we eat our meat with such little blood? It's because humans are actually repulsed by the taste of blood.
Hmm.
Iron, a little bit salty. Ugh,
Yeah.
it's disgusting. Okay. And I have drank blood flowing into a cup straight from the wound of a pig that I
Oh my
shot
goodness.
when I was young.
Like,
That was
why?
that was like the hunter's initiation ritual. You
Oh my
had to.
goodness.
So I was gunning down pigs left and right when I was like
Ew.
12 years old, and yeah, they made us drink blood. They put blood on our face, and uh, that's some nasty stuff. Yeah, pig's blood's probably not a good one, but
Yeah,
straight
the one of
straight straight from the heart too of
oh my.
a
Sorry,
bullet
that makes
wound.
me feel sick. That's gross.
And so I've drank blood, guys. Okay, it's not like I'm the virgin or the guy who's never had a girlfriend saying celibacy's the way. Like I've done it. I've killed animals, and I have insight into that. I've eaten what I've killed. Not many vegetarians or flesh eaters can say that, but flesh is an addiction, mostly because of the blood. And even in the Bible, where God says, when Noah gets off the ark and opens up a whole can of worms by sacrificing animals,
Hmm.
God punishes him and says, okay, the animals are no longer your friends.
I know.
You want to kill animals? Okay, they're not your friends anymore. They're all going to be afraid of you. That's why when you walk up to a deer in the park, unless you have really good energy, the fucking thing runs away as fast as it can. They don't trust us. They don't like
Mhm.
us. We started eating them. And just like we treat certain uh, culture groups based off how they act, it's not all of them, but it's a problem. That's how animals view us. Yeah, some of them are good, but most of them are a big problem because we're eating flesh. We're
Mhm.
crazed like zombies. And in the Noahide laws, even there, when God says, okay, you can eat flesh, God says, but the blood,
Yeah.
you don't eat that. Stay away from that. So that's why when animals are slaughtered, at least a spiritual reason, when animals are slaughtered, the blood is drained. Um, the blood is drained because you don't want the blood in the flesh. The blood has the adrenochrome. Eating flesh is eating adrenochrome. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Adrenochrome is not exclusive to human blood.
Well, and in
It
America, they torture the animals before they kill them in a lot of places as well, which makes it even stronger, right? Isn't that kind of how, or is that not accurate about how adrenochrome works?
that's how I believe it to work. Can't say I've ever been in a butcher's shop or done any chemical experiments on it, but
Yeah.
I've seen enough from horror movies and conspiracy theories and all these rabbit holes to know there's a reason they want kids terrified,
Hmm.
tickled, full of sweets and carnival food. All of that does tinge the blood with extra flavor, extra potency, makes it more potent. I believe that. It's all there. You can see adrenochrome has been used as a drug. It is psychoactive. There is some soft disclosure in Hollywood movies. And just ask yourself, if adrenochrome is so scary and so to be avoided, but it also comes from animals, why would we eat animals?
Yeah.
We're not designed to eat animals.
I know our
You,
digestive tracts. Mm-mm.
you can get jacked on vegetarian diet, people. If
Hmm.
your lifestyle is the lifestyle of someone who's big and strong, a weightlifter, you can eat pretty much anything and you'll get big and strong.
I mean,
Okay.
I have, because I've been sickly my whole life, abuse and stuff. Like,
Hey, Magna Carta, come call in. Come call in.
but
Go
I
ahead.
was really sickly and tiny my entire life. With there, yeah, there was a lot of abuse and stuff, unfortunately. But I could not gain weight for anything. And then when I switched to vegetarian, started gaining weight, started getting muscle. It was like almost overnight, to be honest. I started just getting like healthier and healthier and healthier. So when people say, and they would tell me, oh, you're gonna die if you stop eating meat, and I was like, well, we'll see. And then they see me a month later and they're like, what, you look so good. I'm like, yeah, it's my new diet. They didn't like that though. I don't know, people, do you find that people get threatened or act threatened when you talk about vegetarianism, even
Of
if you're not
course.
pushing it on them, but even if you just talk about being a
Of,
vegetarian?
of course. And to your point about it being addiction, it's like talking to an alcoholic about alcohol.
Oh yeah.
They'll deny it almost any way they can. They'll
Wow.
gaslight you. They'll get up. They'll try and say you're up on a high horse. They'll pull anything out of their ass like, oh, a little alcohol is good for the heart. Little alcohol, it's desperate logic, desperate reasoning. There's no foothold. There's no foundation. Biblically, flesh is condemned
Mm-hmm.
from the beginning.
It is,
God,
yeah.
God makes accommodations for a sinful and wicked people who is
But
us.
even with that, with the Noah thing, he said you can eat from animals, but you can't have blood. My understanding is you cannot eat flesh without blood, period. So that couldn't have
Yeah,
been what he was saying. I was like,
that's
before they were vegan, so I see it as, oh, now you can have cheese and eggs and stuff like that. Like, that's how I interpret that passage personally. Like, you can eat from animals now, but just not blood, which means no killing. That's the way I see it personally.
that is one way to interpret it. You can interpret it as eating from the animals. You know, that could be butter, cheese, honey,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
So,
things
like,
that
yeah, vegan to vegetarian is kind of how I see it.
it could be. Now, I'm okay with interpreting that as flesh eating because Noah did shed the blood of an animal. In the Bible, that's the first explicit killing of an animal. Now,
Mm-hmm.
God makes some furs appear, and some people say, "Oh, he killed an animal to do that."
Well, it says
God, God can,
skins.
yeah, God can do what He wants to, you know. And I think God can make skins appear if He really wants to.
Mm-hmm.
But so there's the skins appearing, and then Cain and Abel make an offering, but there's no bloodshed.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get to Noah, who definitely
Yes.
commits bloodshed.
Yeah.
It's worded as a punishment.
Yeah.
But it's also an accommodation. God realizes, wow, humans are pretty much more sinful than even I thought, right? I commanded them to protect the animals. First thing they did when they get off the ark is to slaughter animals.
Yeah.
And I think Noah had good intention, but God shifts the rules because of it. And I interpret this to be another fall of man,
Mm-hmm.
right? There's the fall in the garden. There's Cain and Abel's another fall, the first criminal act. And then this is the first act of bloodshed against an animal. So there seems to be another fall after the flood, right?
Yeah. Which one are you thinking of?
When Noah gets off the ark and he sacrifices an animal, that's when God gives the Noahide laws and says, now you can eat from animals.
Yeah. And then what you said, there's another one after that?
Oh, I forget. I don't
Oh,
remember.
okay. Okay.
But you know, my mom, when I went vegan, I'm a vegetarian right now, but when I went vegan like 4 years ago or something, my mom went vegan too. And my stepdad went vegan too. And most people say, "Oh, you're gonna lose weight and you're gonna get all
Mm-hmm.
skinny, and
Yeah.
you're gonna have you're gonna be mineral deficient." They gained weight. They both
Mm-hmm.
gained weight,
Yep. Me too.
you know, and they didn't stick with it. They were just kind of trying it, admittedly.
Okay.
But
Oh, and I recently got my blood drawn for, medical testing, and it was so healthy compared to when I was a meat eater. It was like the minerals, the protein, like my protein levels were better than they've ever been. And yeah, that's just a misconception that you're not going to get enough protein, you're not going to get enough minerals and all that kind of stuff if you only eat like Doritos or whatever. Yeah, you're not gonna, you're not going to feel good. But if you eat real food, I don't know. I
mm,
think people should try it and see how they feel. But get over the withdrawal symptoms first before you make a judgment about it, because you're going to feel awful at first for a lot of people probably. But it's really cool hearing you talk about vegetarianism and stuff in context of the Bible, because I have never heard anyone talk about that before you did. Like, I would talk to my husband about it, and he's like, well, that makes sense. It's kind of crazy, but it makes sense. And it's just, thank you for talking about this, because it's really cool to hear someone else talking about it. I really appreciate it.
yeah, you're welcome. I love to. I'm passionate about it. The first family to show me all the truth, all the conspiracy theories, to kind of awaken me to all this stuff for the very first time. Lifelong vegetarian family. Vegetarian family. And when I was, 13, 14, 15, I would make fun of him.
Oh.
When I was in high school, I was on the lacrosse team with that kid. The kids in that family. Those were not small kids. Those were big, burly kids.
Okay.
And they could run fast. They could throw fast, shoot fast. They were athletic. Big guys you didn't want to go up against. The oldest one especially. And to think that they were vegetarian their whole life, these guys were not missing any nutrients. Okay?
Nice. Yeah.
They were some tough cookies. And then I have a friend, Rustin, who I've talked about, also taller than me, way bigger than me, raised pretty much vegetarian until he was 18. Pretty much vegan vegetarian, something around there. There was a name for the diet, but he's a big, tall guy. He can play like 50 instruments. He is talented, probably the most talented person I've ever met. Big, tall, strong, and, vegetarian until he was 18.
That's
roughly.
awesome.
And then also, the previous owner of this bookstore, conservative, Christian, vegetarian. The best combination right there. The true light workers always have that combination. Christian, conservative, vegetarian. That's my opinion. That's my experience. The biggest geniuses there's ever been in the
Yeah,
world.
Albert Einstein, right? Wasn't he vegetarian? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he sucks.
him?
He was a vegetarian, and people often count him as a genius. We can exclude him. I don't like Einstein, but
I don't particularly like him either, but
Da Vinci,
yeah.
Tesla,
Yep.
Plato,
I know
Socrates.
there's something to this. Like, even for the skeptical, why are the names that we have heard so much? How many of them are vegetarians? Like that, I don't know. I just think that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Magna, where you at, man? Come on, let's debate. All right, Cass, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Call in again sometime.
Okay,
You have a
I
good
will.
night.
Bye, good night. God bless.
Peace. Thanks for bringing the feminine energy. We got Moy Freestyle Life. What's up? Longtime supporter here. How's it going, Moy? Moy Freestyle
What's going on?
Life.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing?
Can you hear me? Is my
Yeah.
mic working?
Moy
What's
Freestyle.
going on? Can you hear me? All right, cool.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, but you got to turn off the speaker in the back.
What's up, man? Awesome conversation about the veganism and vegetarianism. That's what's up.
Thank you. Where are you
So
calling
yeah,
from?
I agree that Florida may be like the Holy Land, or not the Holy Land, but how do you say, like, a paradise. The conquistadors used to talk about going there and finding the fountain of youth. And my father was Spanish. He used to tell me stories about that, stories that he heard from his great-grandfather, and that there's supposedly tons of gold that are still over there, like off the coast.
Yeah, true. True. Lots of gold, lots of treasure. You still there? All
Yeah,
right.
I'm still here.
All right, say it one more time. What did you want me to talk about? Got too much of a lag on here, I think.
Like, do you think that the fountain of youth was there? And do you think, like, I know you've done episodes about it,
Yeah.
but do you think it's on land that is private now, maybe perhaps, or do you
I
think it's
think
never like no one's ever gone looking for it again since those times, since the times of the conquistadors and pirates and such, or do you think there's just not cultural relevance about it anymore? That's pretty much kind of my question.
right. Good question. It depends on the interpretation. The Fountain of Youth is Florida. Florida is the Fountain of Youth. Florida is the highest concentration of freshwater springs in the world by far. Over 1,000 notable spring heads. There's 33 high magnitude springs in Florida, which is like it's like a bajillion gallons a day, right? A ton. So we got freshwater springs. Florida has the most. If you're a sailor 500 years ago, that is the Fountain of Youth. That is the place of eternal life. Fresh water was like gold, That's what everyone needed, wanted. Everyone was drinking rum. Everyone was drinking wine. Everything had a little alcohol in it to keep infection away. Water was dangerous 500 years ago, according to these stories, right? So many people died of disease on these ships because of the water, especially. So the clean water sets Florida apart from the rest of the world. It's not mountain spring water. This comes right to the surface. You rarely have to drill down for it. So it's the abundance that I think influenced the Fountain of Youth legend. Now, that being said, there was Indians who lived here 500 years ago, 450 years ago, who, when the Europeans came into contact with them, the Europeans reported that they lived to over 300 years old, that some of their elders were 350 years old. Now, those Indians, the Timucua Indians, are extinct, mostly extinct today, but their few surviving ancestors live on in some places of the Caribbean, but especially the Seminole Indians. Now, 100 years ago, the Seminole Indians were the longest lived people on Earth. They lived the longest. They had the longest lifespan. Blue zones, forget about the blue zones. Florida was the fucking gold zone 100 years ago. Seminole Indians, even though their population 100 years ago was like, 5,000 max, they routinely lived to over 100 years old. 130, 117, not uncommon to see. 108, 103. And considering that their population was only like 5,000 at the most 100 years ago in Florida, that sets them so far ahead, like every other place on Earth, as far as longevity. Now, that isn't reflected today, because 100 years ago, they were still largely living out in the wild, how they used to eat. By the 60s and the 70s, they had almost completely westernized and commingled. There's a word I'm looking for. They were brought into society and they started eating what everyone else was eating. And then they just kind of started getting chubby, and they have trouble eating some of the same foods we eat, some trouble digesting it, and they get really fat easily from some foods. But the Seminole Indians 100 years ago, like, if they didn't die in combat or hunting or in a fight, they lived to over 90 years old all the time. So there's good evidence for the Fountain of Youth. But to your point about the fountains, if you're talking about drinking, it's almost all of them. And you should go to Northeast Florida, Northwest Florida. Central Florida has some good ones. If you want to bathe, if that's your interpretation of the Fountain of Youth, is a place to bathe in, I think you want to go to Warm Mineral Springs. That's the name of one spring. Warm Mineral Springs. It's a generic name. That's in Southwest Florida. That's a hot spring. It's very salty, minerally, sulfur. you don't really want to drink that one. If you swim there, people claim that is the Fountain of Youth to this day. You have to pay to get in. It's the whole community is almost entirely constituted by retired foreigners, mostly from Eastern Europe, who have moved to Florida en masse because they wholeheartedly believe it to be the Fountain of Youth. And just to back this up, Ponce de Leon is said to have been searching for the Fountain of Youth. On his first voyage in 1513, he went to Northeast Florida and set foot somewhere near Melbourne or New Smyrna, St. Augustine, somewhere around there. And he goes in and probably encountered one of these freshwater springs. And the evidence shows that he was looking for a place to drink from on the first voyage, and he went to the right spot. On the second voyage, he was looking for a place to bathe in, and he went straight to Warm Mineral Springs. Juan Ponce de Leon was struck by a poisoned projectile, probably from an atlatl, maybe from a bow, that was dipped in the poison of the manchineal fruit, the deadliest fruit on earth, which grows in South Florida. He was struck with a poisoned arrow. They retreated immediately, not far from where Warm Mineral Springs is today. They escaped. Ponce de Leon died on the way back to Cuba or in Cuba. And that's how the Fountain of Youth legend really got started. The Indians, some groups of Indians had traveled to Florida before from different parts of the Caribbean because they believed in the Fountain of Youth before the Europeans got there. So that's why the Europeans were looking for it, because the Indians of the surrounding areas, they knew about it too. Some of their ancestors had left to go there and never came back. And they were absorbed into the Calusa Indians. And some of the names of the Calusa Indians indicate that they came from different parts of the Caribbean looking for the Fountain of Youth. And the Calusa Indians, there were some big, tall guys too. We don't know how long they lived on average, but yeah. So if you want to drink, go to Northeast Florida, Northwest, Central, north of Orlando, lots of springs. If you want to swim, go to Warm Mineral Springs, Southwest Florida. Those are the fountains of youth. And just the climate here, too, is the fountain of youth. All right, man. I think he dipped out. School of Unlearning. What's up, Seth?
Yo, brother.
How you doing? Good to
Chilling.
see you.
Yeah, man. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
I just found some gravy on the Wendy's Finger Lady.
Okay.
So
lay it on us.
Well, she was born December 22nd. December is 12, which reduces to 3. So that's 322.
Right.
The whole accusation popped off on 322:05. So it's another 322. That's skull and bones.
Mm-hmm.
Finger obviously has a bone in it. What was the other thing? Oh, her name, Anna Dalia Ayala. We were talking about reverse names the other day. Anna is a palindrome by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Ayala backwards is basically a liar.
Mm.
And then Dahlia backwards is I lied, which you could stretch that to I lied. So her name backwards is a liar, I lied, Anna. Then you got 2 322s. And it was chili con carne. So the name, chili with meat. And that was just like the easy things to find.
What about her husband's name? Placencia.
Yeah, Placencia. I mean, that's pretty on the money too.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's some September 9th coding in there, which I know that's not Dave Thomas. That's Colonel Sanders' birthday. But she was involved in all these lawsuits, suing all these different places and people. And so I don't know what
Is
the
she
deal
a
is with
repeat?
that.
Is she a repeat offender?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a whole list of lawsuits that she got into, and apparently she bought the finger off someone to basically, or some guy gave her his finger to pay off the debt. That's what the story is. Some debt that he was in with her.
Damn.
So she's just been getting into all these scams, and I don't know. I could see that as being sort of planted there, like MK Ultra a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, it all seems wild. People just need to watch your work on the fast food conspiracy just to connect some more dots. But then you didn't mention Wendigo, which is the psychosis you go through when you eat human flesh.
And probably all flesh, if we're being honest.
Yeah. Probably
People are acting like, prove there's human flesh in there, else I'm going to keep eating it. It's like, okay, as if beef is that much better, you know?
Yeah, and I don't want to hog the mic here, so I just wanted to drop that. And also
hog it, bro. David hog that shit.
David hog, dude. Well, speaking of hog, I stopped eating pig. It was one of the best decisions of my life. I stopped eating all animals. I love the vegetarian content. You're one of the few truthers who are, out there promoting vegetarianism. It's a hard pill for people to swallow because we're just so indoctrinated with the protein myth, with vitamin B12, all this propaganda, calcium. I don't know if people know this, but drinking milk, like we were totally wrong about that. We were told that milk builds strong bones, but it makes weak bones. Milk is acidic, especially the pasteurized milk. So I'm not talking about whole, unpasteurized, unhomogenized, fresh milk. I think there's a place for that in vegetarian diets. Especially in places like India where cows are sacred. But for me, I just choose to not eat any of it. I'm on a super low fat diet. But yeah, milk causes osteoporosis. Homogenized pasteurized milk causes osteoporosis when your body's acidic. It pulls calcium from your bones to buffer the acids. It needs an alkaline. It needs an alkaline source to buffer the acids. So it pulls calcium out of your bones. Everybody with osteoporosis, for the most part, is a milk drinker and a meat eater, and then Dave Thomas, he died of cancer.
Yeah.
You think he was getting high on his own supply? So
nah,
probably not. He probably was a meat eater though.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
When I ate a normal American diet my whole childhood, like until I was 18, I ate McDonald's, hamburgers, normal American diet. I ate everything. I never really like pork or seafood, but I would eat hamburgers. I ate everything. When I was playing lacrosse, I wasn't brittle by any means, but I would play real tough. I'd like slam into people, it's like hockey, right? And I'd have these like major collisions, and of course I broke like 2 bones. I broke my collarbone one time in my senior year, and then I broke my forearm my senior year. And since going vegetarian, I've done plenty of things just as intense as that. Haven't broke a single bone since I've been vegetarian. I've jumped off second-story balconies. I've, you name it, but haven't broken a bone since.
Yep.
Took a nasty spill on my. Yeah.
Well, I get another example of that is, one of the best skateboarders in the world today is Nigel Houston, and he was raised vegan. His dad raised him vegan, so he was, till his late teens, he was vegan. He never broke a bone, and he took gnarly slams, jumping down huge sets of stairs. Then he started eating meat, and then he started breaking his bones. I don't know if that's a correlation. I mean, it is definitely a correlation. I don't know if it's a causation. It could be anything. And these are just anecdotes. You can't take much from the anecdotes, but I mean, you start to notice these patterns, and yeah, some of the most high performing people are vegetarian. And try asking an athlete if they can do what they do without carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are the number one fuel source for the body. It delivers oxygen to your cells, and all high performing athletes are carbaholics. So carb up, eat your fruits and vegetables, mostly fruits. You know, sugar is not the enemy. It's when your fat is full of blood. When your blood is full of fat, and then your insulin resistance gets compromised. That's when diabetes and fat and weight gain starts to kick in. So carbs are not the enemy. Fruit is the number one food on the planet. I'm not saying everybody should eat only fruit, but you should probably eat a lot of it. It's hydrating. It's full of vitamins and minerals, full of carbohydrate. Yes, it has protein. Yes, it has fat. And I many times in my life said, I'll never go vegan. I actually literally believed that. And I was under a lot of programming. Then I read a lot of books. I met a lot of people. And I changed my mind. So if I can, anybody can. I want to get more callers in here. People are saying they got gravy, and you know, I need to go to bed anyways.
Yeah, that B12 deficiency is putting you to sleep.
I've been getting up with the sun, man.
Meanwhile, not all, but many flesh eaters get like B12 shots on the regular.
Dude, and what's up with all the people who take roids and testosterone? They're all meat eaters.
Yeah.
I thought meat was supposed to give you all that strength and testosterone. You know what I mean? So there's an imbalance in society. We've gone too far. There's too much bloodthirst out there. Remember, one of the great commandments: do not kill. And yeah, I also you turned me on to James Tabor's work.
Yeah,
he teaches a lot about vegetarianism in the Jesus times and pre-Jesus times, the Nazarene culture, the Essenes, the Ebionites.
Hell yeah.
You know, they recognized, Saint Jerome, the early Christian writers, they recognized that killing an animal when you don't have to, that's a big part of this. Because if you're starving and you have to kind of to stay alive, that's a different story. But since we all can get watermelon the same place we get our hamburgers, you know, we should really consider not funding slaughterhouses. So, Old World Florida has got a rad chat.
Well, I think we got a challenger here coming up.
Get him in.
I'm gonna bring him in next, but
get him in, dude.
Thanks, Seth.
All right, much love. Peace out.
Peace. Magna Carta, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, mate?
Chilling. Where are you calling from?
Australia.
Australia.
Yeah,
Down
I'm
under.
actually in the shop right now. Can you give me like 2 minutes?
Sure, yeah. I got time.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah,
I'll put you back in a sec.
Cheers.
Alex Landry, what's up, dude?
Yo,
How you doing?
dude, I'm doing great, man. You're looking great. You're a handsome man. I did see that purified.
No Cuomo, bro. No Cuomo.
I saw that purified water, though, dude. Come on. Get that out of here.
Yeah, I was, yeah. All right, you got me, Pharisee. You got me.
I have my 2 minutes of glory here, huh?
Yeah, look at the Pharisee pointing out Dr. Waters eating fuck.
Well, hey,
Dr. Longo's eating, drinking.
Let's do a quick debate. So I have two things to bring up. I loved how you brought up the warm mineral springs, because I just went there back in November, and I know you were talking about it. And, you know, I live next to Safety Harbor, so I don't know if you went to Safety Harbor to check out the Toga Baga Mound there.
Yeah.
So that's right. It's right next to the Safety Harbor Spa. You know, it's 100+ years old. And, you know, the Pocahontas story is in Tampa Bay, right? You know, Ulele and Juan Ortez. And so there was a German maps made in the 1800s that allegedly were recreated. This was a Spanish historian, or I mean, a St. Petersburg, Florida historian who found it. And the maps were from Portuguese and Spanish. And long story short, it called Safety Harbor the Bay of Ponce de Leon. So it's kind of like an alternative view that maybe Ponce de Leon got shot with that arrow at the Toga Baga Mound, not down in Port Charlotte.
Huh. Interesting. It could be. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I you know, obviously St. Augustine is an ancient city. So, you know, because I live here, I try to, you know, think a little differently. But the other thing is with the Tampa Hotel, University of Tampa. What do you think? I mean, do you believe in the official narrative that Henry Plant built it? Or maybe was it older? Were the Moors involved?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say, you know?
Yeah.
I think that, you know, it is Moorish architecture. It's Moorish and Turkish architecture. The Tampa University of Tampa, whatever it is. I love that building. I don't know how old it is. You know, we can speculate and stuff, but it's the architectural style is a mystery. And there's newspaper articles about that as to why Moorish revival, why Turkish architecture. And these articles in these newspapers were pretty much saying, we don't know why. We can't track down the explanation. So if there's a deep rabbit hole, that's where I'd start looking. Also, Florida's longest serving judge lived in one of the towers of the Tampa University.
Holy shit.
Yep. He had a pretty crazy life, but when he went to that university, let me look it up. Tampa Bay Hotel. Where are you at? Are you in Dunedin?
Yeah, I'm just north. I mean, I'm like a mile from Honeymoon Island. So I'm technically Palm Harbor or Ozona, it's called, but right next to Dunedin.
This is what we're talking about, guys. Oh shit, I just exited out.
Yeah, so you're saying a judge lived up in one of those towers?
Yeah, before he became a judge, he just happened to live in one of the towers because he like signed up for school at the last second. They like didn't have any dorm rooms. And they said, here, man, just live in the tower. Let me show you what these towers look like. Pretty crazy. And the building's stainless steel. You don't see that too often.
Well, the elevator still works.
Yeah.
Too, which is crazy. It's like the oldest elevator in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's beautiful. I mean, you may have heard the president from Turkey claim that Muslim merchants were in the Americas in the 1100s.
Yeah, did you get that from my channel?
I find that out? Obviously, it's one of the best sources of information.
Yeah, that's true. Turkish president claimed that Muslims discovered America before anyone else.
Yeah, before our boy Columbus, right?
Yeah, and you know, the timeline kind of makes sense a little bit. This is from 1889, 1888-ish, they say. And stainless steel up there, that's that metallic material is stainless steel.
So. As you know, man, they like staged the invasion of Cuba there in that building, and that kind of, I guess, elevated the U.S. to be a superpower.
Yep, the Spanish-American War.
Yep,
headquartered from there, and Teddy Roosevelt with the Rough Riders. There's a picture of him with the Rough Riders there outside of this hotel in Tampa Bay. This is where all the ships left from in the Spanish-American War, at least on the Eastern Front. But
yeah,
the American front.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I kind of feel like I kind of get where you stand with Tartaria and everything, and I think resonate with that too, because it's just tough to make sense of that, like some of these buildings maybe being older, but then if there's Native Americans, and trying to just bring it all together into a coherent understanding.
Yeah, the whole thing could be that the Moors were here 100 years or so before the Spanish and built a bunch of shit real quick, or there could have been big, impressive buildings here all along,
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, even when you talk about Noah's Ark, it's like, shit, dude, we can't go back in time. So, I even try to imagine, like, if we were around during Noah's Ark, I mean, I'm sure there would have been some type of story, about the past. And like, no one really knows because we're not living in the past. We're living right now. And, just to try to be as aware as we can right now.
Yeah. What are you, vegetarian, flesh eating? You want to weigh in on that at all?
I mean, you do inspire me a lot. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be straight up with you. I just hate a ribeye steak and some corn, and I rationalize grass fed. I mean, I try to
right.
But to be honest, dude, I was a fruitarian for a while. So like, I have over 50 fruit trees growing around my property, and to be honest, I mean, that's my ideal. Like, we always have an ideal, right? I mean, we think of Jesus, a perfectly moral individual, and obviously it's an ideal that some of us may aspire to. So obviously in a perfect world, my diet would be primarily tropical fruit.
Isn't it a perfect world?
I'd like to think so, man, but I'm, because think about it, in a perfect world, I'd, have a bunch of land. I mean, the cost of land, or like trying to get access to it. I mean, there's ways to make it work.
Who needs land? I know vegetarians with no land. I know vegetarians with.
Oh no, and dude, trust me, I don't feel like I have the dissonance. I mean, I appreciate. I mean, I've listened to your debates when you've debated other Christians about this and everything, and I just got to give you credit where credit's due, that you're an example of it. So I'm just trying to be honest, where I'm not, lying.
I don't care. You can, tell the truth.
Yeah. Yep. But I will say, I mean, I don't know. I experimented with being vegan, and it just, my energy levels, and obviously, I'm moringa man, dude. So I take a lot of moringa. So I try to really supplement my diet with a lot of moringa capsules. And, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how to create a reality where I'm just surrounded by a lot of fruit trees. And, I do got to say, I mean, I am a little curious. I don't know if you'd mind sharing. Did the whole thing with like Spencer go away? Because at one point I kind of thought it was interesting, the idea of, freeze drying fruit and stuff like that. And, that was just such a stupid situation with him. Obviously it went away, right?
Yeah, I don't want to get into it too much because he tried to sue me over it. And I lawyered up, and luckily he haven't heard from him since, but yeah, I don't know. Nothing really. Nothing good to say about him.
I only bring it up because maybe you've seen it, that Miami Fruit Company. Have you seen that? Miami Fruit. You should check it out, dude. Like, somehow some people spend like $80 for one guanabana or a soursop fruit.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. But anyway, so I just try to figure out, like, how can, it just be easier for people to get access to tropical fruit. And obviously it'd be perfect to grow the tree and harvest it right, but not everyone can do that. So then you got to freeze dry it or something to get it to more people. Because I do believe, man, there's a book called The Brain of Eden, and I read it after a DMT experience, and I'm like, holy shit, every time we try a new fruit, it like grows our brain because we're trying new nutrients. I mean, even with like fruits like mango, there's so many different varieties that each variety has its own unique nutritional profile, that just kind of heats up our brain as like a whole new experience, and we can notice the subtle differences and such. So
yeah, it's a good point. Flesh eaters eat the same 5 animals every single place on Earth. chicken, lamb, goat, bull or cow, turkey, fish. Oh, there's plenty of types of fish. There's plenty of types of bird. But as far as like livestock, people are pretty much eating the same four things around the world, calling it a natural diet, this or that. Flesh is the third world diet. Flesh is the Stone Age diet. Flesh is the we build sticks and mud and we live in huts diet.
Yeah, I resonate with that.
Well, here, speaking of that, Alex, I want to bring in our next guest. I want to see if
All
he's
right,
ready.
man. Well, thanks for everything, dude. And no matter what, you always do positively influence me. Just like when I met you in person, and you don't drink alcohol, So thanks for being an example.
100%, man.
Because it was a great analogy you said. You try to talk to an alcoholic about not drinking alcohol. It's just like with, a meat eater. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'll say this: I'd rather hang out with a flesh eater than a drinker.
Okay.
I'll always say that. Yeah.
All right. Thanks again, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Alex. You too. Peace. All right, Magna Carta. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, mate.
How you doing, man? How's your day going?
Yeah, great. Just went for a walk. I might be a little bit out of breath.
Really?
So, yeah.
Just a walk?
Yeah, just a walk and a smoke.
That wear you down?
Canberra.
Well, so what's up, man? I saw you in the comments.
My only problem was the biblical sort of argument you made. I don't really have any strong feelings on vegetarianism, though, in general.
So what's the biblical? What's your issue with the biblical?
So the opening of the can of worms with the animal sacrifice, I just didn't really feel like that had a basis in the scripture.
So are you familiar with got a little bit of a loop on? Do you got any head? Oh, you said that you don't have headphones. Well, if you don't mind me muting you, is it okay if I mute you? Thank you. So you're muted. Unmute if you want to butt in. I'm not sure if it's Genesis 7 or 8. 7. Let's see. So probably 8. Looks like Noah gets off the ark. So yeah, Genesis 8, Noah gets off the ark. Let's go through this together. I think there is a basis for that. I think it's pretty undeniable. I think most churches and most pastors, most flesh eaters kind of overlook it because they like to see the Noahide laws as a plus, as like God kind of gifted us with the Noahide laws. Well, the part about animal flesh, in my opinion, it's pretty hard to deny that's a direct punishment for the sacrifice of the animal that had immediately preceded it. Now, up until that point, we have no reason to deny that everyone leading up to Noah was vegetarian, at least from the line of Adam through not Cain's bloodline, but everyone else. So, and probably Cain's bloodline too. Everyone's vegetarian leading up to Noah, or else God wouldn't have had to have addressed the flesh eating part. Would you have any comments on that before I pull up the Bible verses? You there, Magna? I thought you were going to unmute yourself. Sorry. You're unmuted now.
Sorry, I don't have the page up. My phone's a bit janky. But yeah, no, continue. That's all good.
Well, I just think you said it was a Gnostic interpretation. Was that right? What's your basis for that?
Well, it's seems to me like a left-hand path. If you're just adding anything on scripture, I just call anything like that kind of Gnostic. It's not entirely accurate, I'd say, but yeah.
So, what's left-hand path about glorifying vegetarianism? And
Not that per se, but to attribute it to the Bible.
I don't follow the logic.
It's just adding on interpretation.
How is it adding on interpretation if Genesis chapter 1 verse 29 says fruit and herb will be food for you, and then that remains the law, the truth, the reality up until the Noahide laws, where God clearly addresses a problem with an update?
The Noahide laws are Talmudic law.
That's where do you get that from? Noahide is when Noah gets off the ark. Abraham's not even around yet. Israel's not even around yet. Judah's not even around yet. So not even a Babylonian corruption is in play. You know, the Israelites aren't the only people to have Cain and Abel and Noah stories.
Are you sure I'm wrong on that? Because I learnt that Noahide has nothing to do with the Bible.
Noahide comes from when Noah gets off the ark. This is Genesis. This is like the foundation.
But it's from oral tradition, is it not?
No, that's not true.
Not from the Bible?
No, that's so. Here, let's look. We'll go look at the. Now, I think you might be thinking of the mass implementation of Noahide laws as a one world government. Now, that's something we should look out for. But
yeah, I think that the application of the Noahide laws into law in society is done as like a Talmudic thing. I'm quoting Patrick Cullinane. And,
well, the Talmud says that as long as the Goys follow the Noahide laws, they're to be tolerated. But the Noahide laws don't have their inspiration or anything like that in Talmudic interpretation of the Bible. The Noahide laws existed independent of Abrahamic culture, Israelite culture, and Judaic culture before Babylon, before the Talmud was produced, so to say. The Noahide laws go way back, way back. That's actually before Moses in the 10 Commandments, we had the Noahide laws. So are the 10 Commandments a Talmudic corruption?
Where is that biblically?
What do you mean?
The Noahide laws.
Okay, so here. We're in Genesis 8. Genesis 8, chapter 8, verse 20. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and taking some of all the clean animals and clean birds, he sacrificed burnt offerings on it. That's the first bloodshed, like we were saying earlier. The Lord smelled the pleasing aroma and said in his heart, "Never again will I curse the ground because of humans, even though every inclination of the human heart is evil from childhood." Now, why would God say that right after the bloodshed? If he was so... I know that's not what we were just talking about, but what's your comment on that?
He's also pleased by it, is he not? By the sacrifice.
You're right. He's pleased by the smell and by the effort. And if I may interpret a little, God always prefers to be worshipped in a column of smoke, rising, whether that's the incense that the Israelites are making in the desert, whether that's burnt offerings, fat offerings. Prayer, smoke is viewed as a vehicle for prayer. I think that's what was pleasing. Now, we are
the
reading
word
into
Noahide, does that appear in the Bible?
No, but that's not my point. The Noahide laws are the instructions given after. So let's say the next chapter, Genesis 9. Then God blessed Noah and his sons, saying to them, "Be fruitful and increase in number and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall on all the beasts of the earth, and on all the birds in the sky, on every creature that moves along the ground, and on all the fish in the sea. They are given into your hands. Everything that lives and moves will be food for you, just as I gave you the green plants. Now I give you everything." Now that is the allowance for eating flesh in the Bible, the first. But we can also see this is easily interpreted as a punishment, because if our original state was a state of harmony in the Garden of Eden, God has just pushed us, or allowed us to push ourselves a little bit further from that. So that's how I interpret this, as somewhat of another fall. You have the first crime against animals, and God does appreciate it. Wouldn't you appreciate it? You know, if your kid kind of makes a mess if your little kid makes a mess in your house, drawing something, trying to please you, right? Trying to make you proud, you'd get the intention, but you'd also have to set some boundaries and some new rules. This is how I interpret the bloodshed when Noah gets off the ark. God is pleased. And just like the aroma, you know how many times I get out of, like when I'm hungry and I smell like a barbecue place down the street? It smells good. Nobody's going to deny it doesn't smell good. It's not fragrant. But when
It's your
God...
body telling you want the nutrients.
No, that's called smoke. Why are we smoking our meat in the first place?
No, I'm kidding, mate. Don't worry.
Well, it's a good point. Why are we smoking the flesh in the first place if it's so bioavailable and so, such a natural
Well, you can eat it
diet?
raw. Especially the animals that were named by God as food for us.
No, you shouldn't be eating any raw flesh. That's disgusting. It'll come back to bite
Well,
you.
why is there animals laid out in the Bible, particularly as the ones we're allowed to eat?
God's trying to help you avoid the worst ones, like pork.
Well, I agree, but I think he would just outlaw it all if you had a big problem with it.
That's part of Jesus's plan. Part of Jesus's role as the new Adam is to set us back to the Eden standard. You can tell that the Noahide laws and various allowances for flesh eating after, these are accommodations made for a wicked people. Accommodations made for a wicked people. God's not saying, "Hey, you guys have been so great. Here's flesh." He just laid it out for us. The animals don't trust you anymore. You wanted to sacrifice animals. I see the good in that. But now we need to change the rules. Just like when Eve plucked the fruit, it was part of mankind's destiny, but there still needs to be a reprimanding and a changing of the rules and, a punishment. God says, okay, no more Garden of Eden. But there's so much good that comes from it. The partaking of free will and the parallel between Noah sacrificing the first animal, that does open up a whole nother can of worms. To go back to your first point, that is a whole can of worms. God is pleased by the effort, but he also acknowledges the crime and the violation of a previous commandment, which was to have dominion over the animals, keep them safe in the Garden of Eden, and then to keep them safe on the ark. Noah violates that when he sacrifices one of those animals. So,
Where
God...
is that commandment? I'm not familiar with that one.
Which commandment?
The to keep animals safe. Is it like to be their keeper?
Well, to have dominion over them, to me, is, you have dominion over your household. You keep your household safe. You have dominion over your family. Keep your family safe. To have dominion over the animals is to not hunt them for prey. The lion, the leopard, was not given dominion over his prey. And the fact that Genesis 1:29 immediately follows dominion. Dominion is nothing to do with diet, because Genesis 1:29 clears up the matter of diet immediately after. So we know that dominion is not about hunting, it's about protection.
Right. Well, I'd say that is a matter of interpretation, but
Well, how do you interpret Genesis chapter 1, verse 29?
Which one was that? Is that the dominion?
Fruit and herb bearing seed. Let's go.
Oh yeah, I think particularly that mentions medicine, doesn't it?
Here, let's go KJV. We need KJV.
So it says that I've given you every green herb to be medicine unto you, or something, and to be meat.
No, that's not true. Not medicine. Doesn't say that.
I'm thinking of a different verse then.
So Genesis chapter 1, verse 29 doesn't get more clear and explicit than this. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. Now, this is riding a horse. That's having
I
a
don't think
dog.
dominion has caveats, though. I think dominion is a all-encompassing word.
Then, so are you saying you would like to interpret that as you can eat from them? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'd like to look that up in the lexicon and see what the actual Hebrew word is for dominion, but I don't think it's open for like limitation. I don't think it implies any kind of limitation.
Okay. So why does God say in the Noahide laws, now you can start eating flesh?
I don't think it says that you can start.
Well, why was there an allowance made for it where it was never addressed before?
Because it was operating on a oral tradition before that, which obviously fell apart because he had to bring about a flood.
Okay. I don't follow that, but 28, verse 28 here, we have dominion. Now, wouldn't it make a whole lot of sense that God clears that matter up in the very next verse when he says, and God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat. Now, how do we interpret that without dancing or anything like that?
It's just saying that he's giving you, like, it's saying what it said. It didn't say anything about meat. It's not talking about meat.
Right. Now, wouldn't you interpret that as all of the early church fathers interpreted that to mean mankind was created vegetarian? You're really off on your own on that one. If you're debating,
I would have to see what the early church fathers wrote about that, because I'm not familiar with that.
They were unanimous in agreeing that mankind was created vegetarian and that it was straying from the Garden of Eden, which led us to a flesh.
You're talking about the after Christ.
Sorry?
Are you talking about after Christ?
Yeah. The early.
Well, I'd say that that a time to be reliant on those fathers. They would have good interpretations based on Jesus because they lived not too far from his time, but they couldn't really comment that accurately on
Now,
oral traditions and whatnot.
Okay. Well, I won't grill you on it. I won't grill you on that. But what about in the Noahide laws? Why does God exclude the blood? Why does God make a warning or exception for the blood in the flesh of an animal?
I think that you're totally right about blood and adrenochrome and whatnot, but
right.
I don't think it's like I actually agree that it's probably not ideal to eat meat. My rationale for it is I can avoid a lot of glyphosate by eating meat.
How are you avoiding glyphosate by eating meat?
So
makes no sense.
Like the beef here
makes no sense.
Is fed on pastures that isn't like very heavily weed sprayed.
Okay.
I don't know how it is in America. America's
and are you therefore making the argument or somehow indicating that it's harder to find non-sprayed vegetarian food? Because that's not exclusive to flesh. You're not avoiding any chemicals. If you're conscious about avoiding chemicals on a vegetarian diet, that's easy to achieve. If you're conscious about avoiding chemicals on a flesh diet, that's easy to achieve too. But
yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's not really achievable on my income at the moment because I'm a student.
Well, you know that rice, beans, flour, all that, organic or not, are among the cheapest foods on earth. Fruit, backyard fruit, things like that. I mean, that's free food out of thin air. Fruit pays for itself. That's what God had in mind when he designed us, to not live in a state of want or need. Do you see anything Garden of Eden about hunting with a spear?
No.
Right. And what about the Noahide laws when God says, stay out, watch out for the blood, or the blood's not allowed?
Yeah, I don't eat blood.
I know you said that, but why would we eat flesh if that's the nature of flesh? Flesh-eating animals want the blood above all else. They lap it up from the wound. Why? And also I want to bring this up. If mankind was created, as you're potentially arguing for, potentially had the ability to eat flesh in the Garden of Eden, why is it that
I don't think they did in the Garden of Eden, no.
Okay, well, but dominion, you're trying to stretch the interpretation of dominion.
I think if Adam had chose to do it, I don't think he would be going against any commandments.
So why do most of the early church fathers believe that there was no animal eating flesh in the Garden of Eden at all? So, and I'm not pinning you down saying you think that we ate flesh in the Garden of Eden, but isn't it a great evidence and supporting factor that we were vegetarian? The fact that the early church fathers interpreted
in the garden, yeah, I do think we were.
Yeah, and no animal ate flesh in the Garden of Eden, according to the early Christian interpretation. And that's part of Jesus's message of bringing us back to the lion will lay with the lamb, or the prophecy of the lion laying with the lamb, the lion eating straw. Do you not see that as a return to the Garden of Eden, at least in culture and lifestyle, maybe not geographically? But is Jesus's whole message?
That's a very interesting passage. Yeah.
So if we're waiting for a time when the lion will lay with the lamb and the lion will eat straw, are you telling me that you can't make it on garbanzo beans and pizza and pasta and olive oil and all these wonderful foods? Do you need flesh that bad? Do you need the orc diet that bad?
No, but I just the fact that it's allowed, I don't feel particularly guilty about it. Like the fact that it's actually like the animals are specifically named as food for us.
That's not true. Are
not
you
as food for us. Sorry.
Are you a Christian or are you a Old Testament Torah observant Christian? Because everything you're citing is the law. You're citing the oral law. You're citing the commandments. You're citing everything that Jesus
Yeah, I'm a
revealed.
Christian, but I don't believe the law was abolished.
Jesus fulfilled the law.
Yes.
Fulfilled means keep running as if nothing happened.
No, I don't think it's a matter of salvation. It's just
okay, but if Jesus,
but I think that there's a reason
Jesus,
that those animals were forbidden, and a lot of them are health reasons too. So I just
Okay.
don't eat those animals for those reasons.
now if Jesus fulfilled the law, and I'm not saying that that's salvation or not. If Jesus fulfilled the law, does that mean the law continued running unchanged? We can't
No,
that
it's not.
that decides whether you're Jewish or Christian. That's one of the
He's
key
he basically it means that he's forgiven us retrospectively and in future
I think that's
for the breaking
weak.
of those laws.
I think that's weak. Jesus fulfilled the law. I think we all know what that means. I think that would be a case.
He fulfilled the marriage, yes, because we broke the marriage contract as a people.
So what do you mean marriage contract? Fill me in on that.
So the Israel is often referred to as the bride of God, and the covenant is the marriage.
That's all you had to say.
And then we basically broke the contract, and then that is actually why Jesus had to come and fulfill the contract.
That seems
He
like
had to make retribution, I would say.
And you don't. What about the role of animal sacrifice in Jesus's coming to Earth? He came not to. If animal sacrifice is a big part of the law, Jesus came here to put an end to animal sacrifice. Yes or no?
I don't think that was the goal at all. No, but
you don't think that was
that
the
has
goal?
happened as a result.
Well, the majority of the world has ceased animal sacrifice, whereas up until the time of Christ, the majority of the world.
His goal was just to forgive his people because they'd created a cosmic imbalance by dishonoring the laws.
Okay, but
so
aware
for
that
God to have been just, he had to fulfill that justice somehow.
You're aware that if Jesus came and Christians and everyone who was willing to call themselves a Christian stops doing animal sacrifice forever, and that's one of the core tenets of being a Christian, and the people who are quote unquote observing the law believe the animal sacrifice to be one of the core tenets of their system, you can't have a wish-washy position on the end of sacrifice. Jesus came here to put an end to the sacrificial system. Well, the sacrificial system is largely has been put to an end. They're waiting to put
I wouldn't necessarily go sacrifice, but like I don't think there's no commandment to stop.
But you said it's allowed. I refute that. You said, well, I'm comfortable eating flesh because it's allowed.
Indeed,
speaking, right? So, if you had to cite particularly, where is it allowed? What's the primary basis for it being allowed? Are you going to cite the law?
Of the laws, yeah. That is my basis.
So you uphold the sacrificial system that goes hand in hand with the law?
I think it would be perfectly within.
So you're a Christian
there
Zionist.
Wouldn't be anything against that.
So you're a Christian Zionist. You're okay with animal sacrifices coming back into popularity?
No, I don't think it should become popular into popularity at all. No.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I think I did as good of a job as I could trying to point that out. That all the allowances for flesh eating that you would like to say allow you as a Christian, I hope a Christian, to eat flesh. Number one, you don't have to be vegetarian to be a Christian. Okay, I think we're both on the same page as that. I don't say you need to be a Christian to be a vegetarian. or sorry, vice versa. You don't need to be a vegetarian to be a Christian. But to cite the Old Testament law where God is making allowances for a wicked and fallen people, and to say after the time of Jesus, after Jesus paid the ultimate price, that you still look to those verses as the allowance to eat flesh, I don't think that's a sound.
And dominion, yeah.
No, well, that's
Well,
flawed.
that's typical
misguided.
of a modern Christian who casts out the entire Old Testament.
Is that me or is that you?
Just in general. In general.
Okay, I like the Old Testament. It's the story of what mankind is, the trouble we've gotten into, and it's the story of how we got out of a lot of trouble. I don't toss the Old Testament out. I think it's good, but we need to realize all the bloodlust and the carnism.
We or the Jews? Where do you sit on that?
Well, I think that's another good topic. Why are you on the rabbi diet? The rabbi diet is the flesh diet. Blood, blood, blood. You know, if you think there's not blood in the meat you're eating,
because there are people who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
Right. And those are the people who kept saying the law, the law, the law, and when it got fulfilled, they ignored it. And I think you're dangerously close to that type of reasoning if you won't totally disavow animal sacrifice as a problem that Jesus resolved.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It is solved.
So if it's a problem, if it's a problem,
we were called to make sacrifice, right? And
no,
anymore.
No, that's the issue. Noah made the first sacrifice out of folly, and God was pleased by the attempt, but punished him on the basis of violating the dominion over animals and violating the keeping animals safe on the ark. Noah did not get a commandment to sacrifice animals. Mankind brought about animal sacrifice of our own folly. Therefore, God locked us into an animal sacrifice system where we would have to pay blood for blood, almost like you took out a loan. Noah took out a loan that he could never pay back. Then it got passed on generationally until that's where you get all the laws. That's the sacrificial system. It started out as Noah sacrificing one or two, a couple, and then it ends up with crushing blood debt to where 2,000 years ago, animal sacrifice was the primary form of worship around the world. Up until Jesus comes, puts an end to it. It still happens, but it's shameful. It's done in the dark. It's most people are disgusted by the practice. So, no, God never ordered the first sacrifice.
No, I think when you kill any kind of animal for food, when you offer it the bones or whatnot, whatever you don't have, and the fat. I'm not too familiar with animal sacrifice because I don't engage in it, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Well, you bring up good points, but I'd also say, can you say that one more time? How did you just say that?
So, like, if we were going to eat anything, why would we not offer up the fat and the bones?
Well, okay, so are you saying that there's not much of a difference between eating and sacrificing?
Yeah, but I'm not too clear on that, as I said.
Okay, well, good. Let's leave some room on that because Jesus is certainly clear about that. Why was Jesus always feeding people fish? Because fish couldn't be sacrificed to pagan gods. The problem in Jerusalem at the time, why so many people were especially vegetarian, was because almost all the beef and lamb and goat and pig in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago was sacrificed. Then it was sold at the meat markets. That's why Jesus especially didn't want people eating hoofed animal. And he would push people to eat fish, just like a vegetarian would. I'd rather my friends eat fish than hoofed animal. But the primary reason was it couldn't be sacrificed. And when Jesus goes into the temple at Jerusalem, he doesn't just flip over the table of the money changers. He flips over the table of the butchers, the shambles, the stool of the butcher, and he sets free the doves and sets free the lambs. And that's why Jesus always has the lamb on his back.
That
Magna
could just
Carta.
be that they were
Magna Carta.
merchandising
Are
church.
you telling me you'd eat the lamb right off Jesus's back?
Of course not.
Right. But you'd do it, whatever, out of sight, out of mind, right? As long as he's not in your dining room.
I don't follow that logic.
Well, you wouldn't eat the lamb off Jesus's back, would you?
What do you mean? Are you talking about his back, or are you talking about a lamb in the presence of Jesus?
Jesus saved a lamb from the slaughter, and that's why there's a lamb on his back. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would you eat that lamb?
No, I think that would be something that a Pharisee would do.
So how many rooms or feet away or days away would you need before you're ready to eat that lamb?
How many what, sorry?
If Jesus goes into the other room, would you be comfortable eating it?
No, not the lamb that he particularly saved. No.
Oh, so that one's special.
Yeah,
but the other
absolutely is special.
There's no
He's
principle
using
involved.
it as a analogy to the Lamb of God.
Okay, but why is there an analogy of Lamb of God? What's the
because it is
source of the
because
analogy?
he's sacrificing his only begotten son, and begotten is an important word there, but
Right.
he's sacrificing that as a way to fulfill the marriage contract with his people.
Okay. Well, I think you could, if you dedicated yourself, you could come away with a more clear understanding of this issue in the Bible. I think, when we're doing something, it's always hard to kind of see the fault in it. But flesh is an addiction, and there's no reason to believe the Bible doesn't warn us and try and guard us against this addiction, this condition. Genesis 1:29 could not be more clear. And in your defense, everything does get confused after that. Everything.
I think
does.
you have some good arguments, but I don't think you can say that this is an absolute biblical truth that you're putting forward.
What's the biblical truth? I don't think I'm putting forth any biblical truth. The only, here, I'll make it easy for you. What I believe is we were created vegetarian. We clearly fell from that state of perfect grace. We fell just like we fell with the implementation of free will from the fruit and the first criminal act from Cain and Abel. The first shedding of blood from Noah brought us further and further away from the Garden of Eden. And the exact.
Are you saying we're not omnivores?
No.
Biologically?
How are we omnivores? Do you know what an omnivore looks like? We can do this all night.
Omnivore doesn't have a physical form.
Really? Bears don't look like...
It has lots of physical forms.
Okay, well, mammals. Bears don't look like raccoons. Foxes don't look like raccoons, and bears, they don't look very close. You don't see a similar
There's apples
anatomy.
and oranges.
No, that's mammals. Come on, man.
So your contention is we are not omnivores?
We're clearly frugivorous. Clearly. Everything about us is fruit, vegetable, everything.
And what happens if you...
Well, hang on. Are you an evolutionist or a Bible? The Bible says we're created vegetarian.
I don't believe it does.
Okay, then, well, I can't help you any more than I tried to already. I think Genesis 1:29 is pretty clear. I think there are instances where we eat flesh. There are allowances where we ate flesh in the Bible. but that's all part of a fallen system. That
How can we eat
Jesus,
flesh if we're not omnivores?
the human body's capable of extraordinary things. I know people who eat. I've seen people who eat, couch. I've seen people who eat pillow filling and live 20, 40 years longer. The human body's a marvel. We can eat things that don't belong in our system, and flesh is one of those things. We all see flesh eaters get fat and very old. Okay, the fattest people I've ever seen were flesh eaters. The skinniest people I've ever seen were flesh eaters. The most mineral deficient, ugly, worse off, down in the dumps people I've ever seen were flesh
You wouldn't
eaters.
say that has anything to do with nutrient density? Do you think that the act of eating meat in its own causes you to get fat?
Yes, it definitely tends towards a swelling. There's a swelling effect of eating flesh. Absolutely.
Well, I think if you ate a lot of flesh, because of the nutrient density, you would tend to be more fatter.
No, that has to do with it's fat and blood. You're eating a ton of fat. It comes in as fat. If you eat carbs, it's less likely to turn into fat as if you eat fat and it goes straight into fat. And flesh is like nothing but fat, iron, and protein. Pretty much nothing else. Very, very little else.
I think the omnivore thing is the only thing we're at big contention with. I think I agree with you on a lot of the other things.
We're not an omnivore. We can put that to rest tonight. I'd love to. What's your main point about us being omnivore? Because we're clearly not. It's BS. You just want to eat flesh.
It just seems like a plain thing to me. But like, no, I could see that. Yeah, like maybe I am like trying to justify my own sin. That's it. That is a possibility. But I don't see how we're not omnivores. Wouldn't that cause like much more noticeable issues, especially for people that go carnivore only diet?
Flesh eaters get fat. Women who eat flesh stink. Their feminine hygiene goes in the dumps. Your hair, all the people who have like no hair, like thin hair, bald, they're all flesh eaters in my life. Almost all of them.
That's kind of a confirmation bias. Could be. I mean,
I don't care what you call
that's anecdotal.
Right. Well, it's a bigger issue to say that labeling something somehow defeats it. If I put forth evidence just because you labeled it as what type of evidence it is, you haven't addressed the evidence.
No, okay. I'm not saying that, but I don't think it's a very strong argument.
Well, I've got time. I think I can prove to you we're not omnivores. Everything about our biology, our anatomy, points to us being frugivorous, fruitarian. Okay? Our teeth, our eyes, our color spectrum.
How do you feel about plant pesticides? Like, I mean, the ones that are naturally produced by the plant.
Are you a full-grown man? Are you afraid of vegetables? Are you afraid of plants? We might need a psychiatrist in here instead of a nutritionist. Are you afraid the plants are going to hurt you? What does the deer eat? And where are you getting this logic? What does the deer eat? Do the plants just knock the deer dead? People live 80, 90 years eating plants, 100 years, 120 years eating plants, and you think we're somehow not suited for them? Fruit, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Herb-bearing seed wants to be eaten. It wants to be eaten. There's nothing hurting you, okay? What about the animal that will kick your teeth out if you try and pull it to the ground and eat that? You think that just because you kill the animal, you make it through the skin, that somehow that meat is just super bioavailable? Not in the slightest. People who eat meat, people who eat flesh, they often have iron poisoning. They often have protein poisoning. Protein. You know how brainwashed we are about protein? Protein is pretty much, it's like barely valuable. You know what the thing we're really, really, really deficient in, everyone? Fiber. There's no fiber in meat. None of it. It's necessary for gut health. It's what our intestines are designed to break down. Healthy gut microbiome depends on fiber. People who don't get fiber are constipated. People who don't get fiber are more likely to get sugar issues like diabetes, because fiber helps you break down sugar over time. Flesh is not a food that we want to eat. There's no great nutritional benefit. And all the way, also, Jesus, Adam, Moses, Abraham, these guys weren't counting calories, counting your calories and shit like that. It's gay. Okay. Just eat the food. Eat what's natural. Eat what's vibrant and colorful. Eat what's juicy. Eat what needs the least flavoring. Okay, that should be. Why does flesh need so much flavoring if we're such omnivores? Why are people repulsed by blood? Why are people repulsed by guts? I grew up hunting. I've killed everything under the sun. Even the most seasoned hunters would plug their nose and look away when they were processing pigs. We're not omnivores. We don't. Omnivores like a bear, raccoon, if they find blood, they'll lick it up. If they find a bowl of blood, they'll lick it up, drink it up. Humans are repulsed by gore. Why would we evolve or strive towards a state where we need to cook our flesh? That's folly. That is misguided reasoning and logic. We're not omnivores. Omnivores, fox, raccoon, bear, and they eat a ton of fruit, by the way. Ton of fruit. Bears. Now, who are vegetarians? Who are the vegetarian animals? Let's talk about them. Gorilla, elephant, rhino. Come on now. You think you really need protein? Magna Carta, sorry, I think you got dropped out.
Oh, am I back in?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, yeah, cheers. Sorry, I just, I think I hit the X button or something.
So, omnivores, what convinces you that we are omnivores? I'm not convinced at all. I think it's laughable, actually.
Well, I would like to ask, I'll get to it, but like, I would like to ask what you think about the fact that most plants produce pesticides naturally in order to like avoid being eaten by humans. I don't know if I cut off before that. Oh, okay, sorry.
I addressed that. Yeah, you're succumbing to carnivore propaganda. Paul Saladino made all that shit up. He's just angry that he has salad in his last name. Plants aren't going to hurt you. What I said was...
I'm learning that more from Ray Pete. If you're familiar with him.
Isn't he also the guy who says, like, eat as much sugar as you want and...
natural sugar, yeah.
Coca-Cola's okay for you and shit like that?
Yeah, if it has natural sugar, yeah.
Okay, well, he doesn't sound like he's got it all figured out. And I'm not using that as the example.
I don't think so, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have it all. Well, the Bible does. Jesus did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adam had it somewhat figured out, if we could say that. But
our God is the truth, so absolutely.
Let me say this: you're a full-grown man, right?
Yep.
Are you actually afraid that the plants are going to hurt you?
Yeah, well, you know, there's definitely toxic plants that you literally can't eat.
If that's not the definition of a soy boy, I don't know what is, my dude.
Well, I wouldn't be. I'm not afraid. I don't go walk around afraid of plants.
Now, fruit and herb-bearing seed. Do you think
I don't put them in my mouth without knowing what it is, though?
Fruit and herb-bearing seed. Do you think God doesn't answer that one for us?
What about it? Answer what?
Okay, well, number one, fruit has no chemicals, nothing like that. Oxalates, oxalatives, whatever you want to call it. Fruit has none of that. Fruit is what we should be eating. Plants, herbs that bear seed, they want to be eaten. They're yearning to be eaten. That's how you further their life cycle. Okay.
Not all of them, but yeah.
Okay. Well, there's plenty of plants that we don't eat, just like there's plenty of
animals. There's toxic fruits.
We don't eat.
Is all I'm saying.
Sorry? There
are toxic fruits, is all I'm saying. That bear seed.
very, very few deadly fruits.
I picked some today to identify when I got home, and
not edible, inedible.
Yeah, it was not edible. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the deadliest fruit on earth, they really like to scare us with this one. Oh yeah, really, really deadly, really poisonous. The deadliest fruit on earth is called the manchineal, and it's native to Florida. Even if you eat that and it burns your whole throat, you're not guaranteed to die. And to my knowledge, no one's actually been recorded dying from it. Now, I'm not denying that you can die from poison berries and stuff, but it's a lot rarer and harder than people think. And it's usually in instances of starvation. When people eat some berries, then they die very easily.
Is there any meat that's that
there
can
are
kill you?
poison fruits. There are poison fruits. You know, that's a thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Avoid the poison fruits. God put some good warnings on those too in the Garden of Eden. You know, what was your question?
I think we would see like a lot more health problems if we weren't omnivores.
Okay.
Like
the
what would happen to I don't actually know, but what would happen to an ape if they ate only meat?
It wouldn't be good. There's some there's some carnivore apes. Like I think baboons are like pretty carnivorous. Could be wrong on that. But most primates are baboons are omnivorous a little bit, but mostly herbivorous. So even the ones with big fangs, that's another thing. We don't have fangs. Most fruit-eating monkeys have big fangs. Fangs don't tell us anything about diet. But, I don't know. I don't believe in evolution, but we're clearly close to the primates. Almost all the primates are herbivorous.
Well, if you believe the Bhagavad Gita, some of us are closer than others.
Wait, say it again. What about the Bhagavad Gita?
If you believe that, then some of us are closer to apes than others.
Yeah, sure. I believe that. Now, what do you think an angel would eat? Let's just make it simple. What do you think an angel would eat?
I don't actually. Yeah, I don't know. That would be
Manna
entirely
or
speculation
something?
for me to comment.
Right. Well, if a angel was forced into a human body, do you think they'd be reaching for the pork chops or for the grapes?
I couldn't say, man.
Now, when
and not just I don't want to concede anything, but like I just couldn't say.
when the disciples, there is one instance where the disciples maybe kill a lamb for Passover. It's only in one of the Gospels where it says kill a lamb. But then when it's time to eat the lamb, this is when Jesus gives the first communion, the Last Supper. He says, fruit, we're going to eat the grape juice, the wine, and the bread. Why would Jesus deny the lamb and say, no, we're not going to eat the lamb? This is the Passover, the bread and the wine. Why would Jesus feel a need to shift things there? Why don't we eat lamb in church? Why don't we eat lamb in communion if that's the true original Passover? Yeah. Why did Jesus point to
I don't think we should be eating communion. There's no basis for us to be doing that ritual. It's a Catholic thing.
Well, Jesus does drink grape juice and break bread. Is that not correct?
Yeah, but we're not called to do that in any kind of ceremony.
Okay. Well, I don't feel a particular way on that really, but whatever. Omnivores. Do you feel like you made any strong points about proving we're omnivores?
Well, I think it's just evident. Like, I think I'm more on the position of like the onus not being on me, because it's just generally accepted that we are by pretty much everyone except for vegetarians.
Would that be a confirmation bias?
Yeah.
Okay.
Potentially.
I'm just jabbing there. I don't care. I don't
No,
care
you're
what.
right.
I don't care what type of.
I can take it, Matt. You're all good.
I don't care what type of arguments we use. But how about this? You did somewhat not concede, but admit that vegetarianism is probably a cleaner and correct me if I'm wrong, more pure lifestyle. Would you concede that much? Closer to God's intentions?
Kind of, like, not in the way you worded it, but like I think it's probably like more wholesome.
Okay, well, I brought you on because your original comment was, you said something like, that's Gnostic deception, or that's left-hand path. Now, just to bring it full circle here before I let you go, do you still feel like flesh, like abstaining from flesh? Not abstaining, because it's not like we need to be and we're denying ourselves it. That's not it. It's not an ascetic thing. From the beginning, it was not so. What's Jesus's teaching on marriage and divorce, and what's his basis for his doctrine? Do you know that?
No, not particularly off the top of my head.
So when the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the scribes are bullying Jesus, trying to get him to incriminate himself, trying to catch him in his logic, they try and stump him on divorce because they know his community had a differing view of divorce. At the time, it was very common for the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the scribes, for them to get sick of their wives, needing to get a new wife, and to like dump the last wife. Jesus rejected this and schools them. And they say, well, the law allows for it. The law, clearly. Moses.
They're talking about their law,
Solomon.
Though.
Okay.
Right?
Well, hang on. Jesus agrees with them. Jesus isn't saying that's your law, not mine. Okay. So be careful trying to pick out who's who, because Jesus's whole message on this is agreeing with them that this is the law, but it was, to quote Jesus, because of the hardness of your hearts. The hardness of your heart has made it so. That is the accommodations in the law and matters like divorce. Yes, God granted divorce at some point in Exodus or Leviticus, or
is that true?
But it is true. And then and then Jesus says, I reject that. That may be the law, but from the beginning it was not so. So he quotes from Genesis more than anything else, I believe. But he says, from the beginning it was not so. That's his foundation, his point of reference for his view on marriage. He goes back to the Garden of Eden. That's why we call Jesus the new Adam. All of his teachings are consistent with the original state of man in the Garden of Eden. So to say that it's left-hand path, to say this or that, when Jesus is, his basis for rejecting divorce is to say, forget the law, go back to the Garden of Eden. To bring up what you said earlier, you cite the law for your allowance of flesh. You cite the law. That's what you've been doing the whole time. You are citing the law.
The contention wasn't with what you're arguing, though, right now. When I said that it was left-hand path, that was a different contention that you made.
Okay.
Basically,
let's talk about left-hand path.
Sure.
Let's talk about left-hand path. Do you think the left-hand path is bloodier or less bloody than the right-hand path?
Bloodier.
Correct. So what about vegetarianism is left-hand path?
No, it's not the vegetarianism at issue here. It's the contention that you basically are implying that before that point, like antediluvian, none of the children of God ate meat, and then suddenly the animals like became scared of us from then on, as though they weren't scared of the ancient hunters and stuff.
There were no
Like
ancient hunters.
they wouldn't have seen us differently as to them, you know.
Okay, now you're interpreting the Bible really how you want to and going off on your own on that.
Well,
there,
like I
there
might
were
have
no
added in some
hunters.
stuff there, but I'm not claiming any of that as like biblical truth. But what
Where
you've
do you see
basically your
hunting?
claim
Where do you
came
see
from the
hunting?
Bible, and I had a contention with that because I don't see that written in the Bible.
Okay, you said that your original points were or comments were that it's Gnostic deception and then left-hand path. I think we refuted or dealt with the whole Gnostic thing. It's not
Yeah,
Gnostic.
to say that animals suddenly feed us after the sacrifice, I think that is
what do you
subversive.
mean? It says it right there in the Bible. I'm citing the scripture. That's not my opinion.
All right, we'll cite the bit that backs up what you said then.
Let's go cite
specifically what you said. The animals suddenly became afraid of us.
Yeah, that's what God says. Now the fear of you will be in the heart of the animals, something like that. Let's go to Genesis 8. Let's check it out. I'm helping you, man. You can
I don't think there's any basis for like animals not being scared of us before that though. Like,
what do you mean?
Like, I think you're kind of like adding in what you think that means, kind of thing, because it's not explicitly saying that they weren't scared and now they're scared.
Okay.
Like
now,
I can't even like maybe I should like look back into that, but I can't really see that as consistent with the history of humanity.
Okay. Will you read? Do you see the screen?
No, hang on. Give me 1 second.
Will you read that for me? Genesis chapter 9, verse 2. Please, will you read that for me? Can't hear you. Can you see it?
You want me to read it out loud?
If you will, please. I'd appreciate it.
And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the world, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered.
Now that's right after Noah sacrifices an animal. Are you?
So I think we have to analyze this correctly. I think we would have to go into the lexicon, because there's potentially some has been lost in translation here, because I highly doubt that animals weren't scared of us and then they were. You know what I mean? I doubt that's what it's saying. But if it is saying that, then you are right.
You're really okay. So what about the
Garden
Garden
of
Eden?
Concede if that is what it is saying in the original Hebrew. I will concede to that, or the Greek or whatever.
Well, yeah, it's the Old Testament, so it's Hebrew.
Yep.
Now, what about the English translation doesn't cut it for you? Because we're reading the King James Version Bible. Now, normally, when it comes to matters of translation, you would say, give me the original, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, what if I told you English was a product of the King James Version Bible, not the other way around? And that English is encoded with biblical Kabbalah.
I would disagree, because I would say, no, I think it's a successor to ancient Hebrew. It is of the Semitic family of languages.
English?
Yeah.
Where do you get that from? That's interesting.
Well, it is. Like, just look it up. It's all the European languages are Semitic languages.
Okay, well, you're talking about like ultimately, you're talking about at some point back they all come from Phoenician and Hebrew. That's what you're saying, right? You're not saying that English is a Semitic language. Whatever.
Wasn't. What do you mean? Well, it's spoken by the descendants of Shem, and it is its origins are Semitic.
English?
Yeah.
That's not true at all. Unless you're saying all languages, all phonetic languages go back to Phoenician, or I'm saying alphabet. I should be saying alphabet, but
I'm talking about the Semitic language family, which is very
Right.
huge.
Okay. And English is not in that. You know that, right?
Is that true?
English is a Germanic language.
Yeah, and German is, all the Germanic languages are the same. You know, High German has a ridiculously high affinity to the ancient Hebrew language.
No, that's just Yiddish.
No,
That's Yiddish. Yeah,
I'm talking about
Yiddish.
High German. Yiddish came from High German, yes.
Yeah, Yiddish is just
But
German.
High German is not Yiddish.
Yeah, correct. But Yiddish is just German mixed with Hebrew. The Hebrew wasn't already there.
It's no, well, it's passed down from it is evolved from Semitic languages. It is, and it's part, as far as I know, by linguists they consider it in the Semitic tree of
Okay.
language.
Well, whatever. Well, then all languages are, and that's not saying language families. That's
Not
just
all
saying-
languages. No, I don't. I'm not sure which ones aren't, but I think the Asian ones aren't. And the Sumerian language is on a entirely different, is completely different. It's in its
Okay.
own branch of language.
Well, let's just say this: humans aren't omnivores. You haven't done a good job of convincing me.
Well, I'm not a dietitian. I'm not actually like a biological scientist, so I don't really have any good arguments for you. But I was
Right.
hoping
Why
maybe
don't-
you would convince me that we're vegetarian and not omnivore.
I think I did a good
But-
job. What would it take? What would it take? What are we missing?
I don't know. I'd like to see someone having very clear adverse effects from being a carnivore.
Okay, are you telling me that all the fattest people you've ever met in your life weren't heavy flesh eaters?
I've never really thought about it, to be honest.
Okay, well, you should, because that's like nutrition 101 is like your lived experience. Forget the molecules and shit. All the fattest people I've ever met in my life, all the people with prostate cancer, heart disease, fat, helpless, canes, walkers, wheelchairs, automated carts, all heavy flesh eaters. This is obvious.
I did address it though. That
Barbecue
could just
eaters.
be a nutrition density issue.
Oh, it's a nutrition density issue. Okay. You got many holes in your logic here. Okay.
I don't think that has any holes. I think that's a fair argument.
Okay, you're saying that people are fat because meat is too nutritious?
Yeah, I think if you were eating the same sort of volume of food, you would get fatter on meat. Yeah.
That's probably true because it's fattening and clogging. It clogs your arteries, slows your blood. It makes you iron toxicity, makes your liver and your kidneys shut down.
I think pretty much almost everything you eat is toxic anyway, which is why fasting is a big thing in the Bible.
No, Genesis, bruh. Come on. Genesis chapter 1, verse 29. Fruit and herb bearing seed. Kills nothing, furthers the life cycle. No chemicals you need to be worried about. Okay? None of that. And by the way, just to your point about defense chemicals, total BS. Total BS. If full-grown men are really afraid of plants, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. Why does the deer not drop dead? Is the deer not perfectly suited to the food it's designed to eat?
I don't know about deer, but cows have 4 stomachs to digest the food that they eat.
Cows have how many stomachs?
4, isn't it?
Cows have 1 stomach.
What am I thinking of then? They have
Chickens.
4 of something.
You're thinking of grain and gluten. But humans digest gluten in the mouth. We're supposed to chew and produce a lot of saliva. That's bread, baked gluten. But animals that eat seeds off the ground, yes, they have 4-chambered stomach or multi-chambered stomach. But cows have 1 stomach, and they are strict herbivores. They don't eat much fruit. We're frugivores. We're frugivores. We eat fruit. Everything about us is made to stand right next to the fruit tree and pull fruit off the tree. We can see fruit popping off the green of the tree from 100 yards away, just like the tiger can see the deer in the woods 100 yards away. Why do we need scopes? Why do we need bullets? Why do we need guns? Why do we need... We're not omnivores. We're necrovores. We eat what's been dead for weeks. Have you ever eaten something that just died? Like minutes earlier?
No.
So you're a necrovore. You eat what's been dead for 2 weeks.
Probably depends. I don't really know what the practices are.
All right. Well, you've been a good sport being here this whole time. I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to hold up your whole time,
wanna,
and thanks for having me.
Well, you bring up some good points, Magna Carta, but I feel like you don't have firm footing on that. A vegetarian doesn't need to justify anything. There's no persuading, but God lets me eat the vegetables. No, none of that. No guilty conscience, no bloodlust.
No, I don't think you need to have a guilty conscience or anything like that. I just don't think it's accurate to say that we're not omnivores. That's all.
We're not,
and I don't think it plays into the biblical side of this at all. Like, I don't think just because we're omnivores, I don't think that means that eating meat is like, for that reason, is like good.
Do you know? Do you know the difference between animals that are designed to eat flesh and animals that are designed to eat fruit and plants? Some of the most defining.
I imagine there's enzymes involved as well,
right?
Which may be hard for you to argue away, but I'm not sure on that.
One of the most telling. It's not a rule of thumb. You know, it's not like a rule that covers all things, but generally speaking, animals that eat flesh produce their own vitamin C. And vitamin C can actually be very, very deadly to animals like cats, you know, that eats a lot of flesh, right? Now, that's not an omnivore, so I hear you on that.
I was about to say that, yeah.
Yeah, but what we notice is that animals that are designed to eat flesh produce their own vitamin C, whereas with humans and animals that are designed clearly, obviously, look at us, come on, man, clearly designed to eat fruit, are very, very dependent on vitamin C from their diet. Very, very dependent. We need vitamin C. It's a vital nutrient. Do you see how that's a little bit of an issue with the whole?
No, I don't think that's an issue at all, because, as you said, that's a kind of carnivore that you're talking about. So we can eat fruit as well, and I don't think we're supposed to be carnivores.
Okay.
I'll get out of that sound. Maybe just mute me.
Do you have? Are you aware of breast milk? Animals that are designed to eat flesh have a fat. I'm gonna mute you for a sec. All right, I think he left. All right. Breast milk. Last point. Animals that are designed to eat flesh have have a fat and protein-based breast milk. Animals that are designed to eat fruit and plants have a sugar and carb-based breast milk. Humans are among the most sugary and the least protein-rich breast milks on Earth. Now, you can eat as much flesh as you want. Your body's still going to go into overdrive. The female body's still going to go into overdrive to produce sugary breast milk. So, whatever. I hope we got somewhere with that caller. Magna Carta, thanks for calling in, man. Let's go next here. We got Truth Freeze. What's up? Truth Freeze,
yeah.
You there? How's it going?
I am. Your last caller, I think you made really a great point about, well, the Germanic Hebrew language. That sort of like threw me for a loop. I don't know. You might be right on some of that.
I mean, he's right.
But
He's right. Hang on. He's right about the alphabet. I didn't stress that point, but he's right about the alphabet. The English alphabet does go back to the Latin, which goes back to the Greek, which goes back to the Hebrew, which goes back to the Phoenician. So it's not just it's not that the language comes from Hebrew. I think there's something to that. You know, what I was trying to say is that English comes out of the Bible, not the other way around. English came out of the Bible. English was not created. It was created out of necessity because England wanted a Bible and they got a language. They got a language out of it too.
wow.
They needed a perfect angelic language. English, angelic, Anglish, the angles and all the letters.
Angle. Oh. Wow. But I will say, back in the garden, there was animal sacrifice with Adam and Eve and God.
That's not
So
true.
there. Wait, what do you mean? Wait. When they were naked,
Right.
after Eve and Adam
Yeah.
sinned, they were
Yeah.
naked and they made
Right.
fig leaves, and then God made aprons.
Yep. Yep. Skins of animals or furs. It says differing translations, but yeah.
Sacrifice.
No.
Yeah.
No. You're adding that on. That's all you. Where do you see sacrifice?
How do you get
Where
an
do you?
animal skin? Okay,
We're talking about God, by the way. You know, God created
right.
animals, right?
That's right. Right. No,
So
I'm just
why
saying
you're?
there
Where do you
was
see an altar?
sacrifice, and it ties to Jesus, obviously, and our
Well,
salvation. But way
okay.
back in the garden to cover sin. You don't agree with that? You don't think,
It's a good point
God?
that animals had to pay for our sin. I see the logic in that, but to say that there's sacrifice in the Garden of Eden is wrong. There's no evidence. It's misguided. Where do you see an altar or a sacrifice or any words indicating?
No. There was none of that. No. It was animal skin to
So you're
cover
just
their
talking.
body.
Okay, well, sacrifice is different than an animal giving up its skin to God. Sacrifice is an altar and a payment, right? Like a sin
But wait.
offering.
I gotta say, before I get lost in all this, I agree that, oh my, God never intended us to be killing animals to keep our bodies going for food. No.
Mhm.
Plants, fruit, vegetables, seeds, herbs, all that. No. But I heard that since the flood, that's what changed things. And that since the flood, mankind. Now, I don't know if it's true or not, and I do know there's different blood types, and some people get really anemic doing a true vegetarian or no meat diet.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I'm intrigued what you're saying, but I'm just not sure.
Well, you bring up a good point. Let's talk about blood types, right? There's a
Yeah.
big psyop going around that tells people they should eat based off their blood type. This is complete foolishness. Cows have 800 blood types and all eat the same thing. Fresh grass, dry grass. Fresh vegetables, fresh leaves, dry vegetables, dry leaves. That's what cows eat all across the world. 800 blood types cows have, and they all eat the same thing. So to think that blood type decides your diet, it's false. Completely false. I know type O vegetarians, I know type B vegetarians, type A, type AB, all of it. That's just something that a bunch of flesh eaters came up with so that they could justify it and say, oh, well, yes, there are some good you know why they came up with the blood diet thing? Because there was so much evidence proving that vegetarians live longer and have higher IQs that they needed to put out their own little distraction psyop to dissuade people from trying it, saying, yes, well, some people have benefits, but it's only their blood type. Others have benefits from the flesh diet based on their blood type. It's wrong. Everyone will benefit from a vegetarian diet. Now, to your point about, watching out for mineral deficiencies, I agree. We should really watch out for mineral deficiencies. But did you know that 2/3 of the world is mineral deficient? 2/3.
Yeah.
Right? That
I
sounds
wouldn't
about
doubt
right.
it.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, what
Yeah.
percentage of the world do you think is vegetarian or vegan?
70%.
Vegetarian, you think?
Yeah.
It's closer to 10% of the world is vegetarian.
What? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Wow. Okay.
India is only about 30% vegetarian, and the whole world is about 10%, maybe 20 at most. 20% at most. Some say it's as little as 5%. 10% of the world is vegetarian. Everyone go look this up for yourselves. 10% of the world is vegetarian, maybe 20. Let's just knock them out. Get rid of them. Let's assume they're all mineral deficient. You're still left with the majority of the planet eating flesh and mineral deficient. So to think that the 10% vegetarians are more mineral deficient than the majority of the earth who's already mineral deficient. And what minerals are we deficient in? Potassium.
Zinc,
Potassium,
iron,
magnesium.
potassium.
No, iron's not one of them. People are anemic,
Oh.
but there's people who eat tons of blood and tons of flesh who are anemic. Anemia is not necessarily a lack of iron. It's a lack of iron in the body, not necessarily a lack of iron in the diet. There's plenty of flesh eaters who are anemic. I know carnivores who went off carnivore because they were anemic. Go figure.
Wow.
But mineral deficiency is a problem, and it's a problem that disproportionately affects flesh eaters. Flesh eaters are mineral deficient. There's fat people who are mineral deficient. So
Yeah. Yeah. See, what's funny? My son went carnivore. He swears it's like helping his health. And he learned that it helps people's health. Then I saw a young woman who did nothing but juicing and fruit, vegetables. And my goodness, her eyes even glowed, changed color, went from bright blue, green, yellow in her eyes. I don't know how to explain it.
Mhm.
It's like, how do you like your eyes change color? Like, because you're drinking this juice, but it took so much to juice the fruit and vegetables, to get that health that she was wanting. I mean, we can't do that. We cannot waste 7 pounds of produce a day to get.
Well,
Okay.
juicing is not like I don't think it should be a food. It's a medicine, juicing. You can go to great lengths
All right.
for medicine and healing. But what about all those vegetables that she was juicing? You could just eat those. There's nothing stopping you from eating them.
Right.
You can eat
Right.
You can eat carrots. You can eat all that stuff, get the same benefits, and get the fiber. It's just a lot of chewing. And most vegetarians who get too skinny or get mineral deficient, number one, they're probably vegan because they don't want to hurt the animals. meaning they don't love vegetarian foods. They don't seek out
Yeah.
and love nutrient dense foods. They just stop eating
Yes.
flesh and expect themselves to be
Yes.
healthy. That's not telling me what you do eat. That's telling me what you don't eat, right? That's all I'd say.
Right. No, you're right. You're right. There is a difference. And then, like, what's wrong with eggs? I don't know, or milk, or like butter.
You
Really?
know, milk and butter are okay. Milk and butter, those are good foods. They're life. Now, am I going to say that they're the best for detoxing? No. You don't eat dairy if you're trying to detox. You know, that's not a detoxing food. Fruit and juice will detox you. If you want to be healthy, eat breads, cereals, fruit, honey, seeds. You can have a little dairy too. Dairy's life. The cow gives dairy to its young to sustain it. The lard and what's this shit that everyone's using again? Tallow.
Whey.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Stay the fuck away from lard and tallow, people. Don't touch lard and tallow. That is death. That is like Holocaust soup. That is rendered fat from the discarded body parts, discarded leftover bits and pieces that they wouldn't even feed a dog. They cook down into tallow. Jesus Christ. If you're eating tallow, you are in for trouble, folks. Okay. That is pure death. Who's ever seen in Dune when the Baron Harkonnen gets lowered into the solution to like help him with his boils and stuff? That's tallow. Tallow is garbage waste, toxic garbage waste. It's fat slop. If you were stuck in a bomb bunker in World War II, if you were in Dresden in World War II in a bomb bunker, and you got firebombed and you were stuck in you were stuck in your bomb bunker, you'd get rendered into fat because the temperature was so high, you just melt a body into like essentially almost like coconut oil. And
all right. But listen. One key thing is God never intended for us to kill animals to live and feed off of. That was never the plan, ever. And I heard there was after the flood, that it got wonky and, then people started eating meat. Now, I don't know, that was a Jewish tale that I read. But obviously God never intended because, like I say, Adam and Eve, they first sinned. They cover themselves with olive leaves, and he's like, no, to cover your sin, an animal, something's got to be shed, sacrificed. But for us to eat and live, God did not mean for us to have to kill animals. No, that he made and that we have dominion over. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So no.
Mm-hmm. Well, to your point about God sacrificing to use furs, because Adam and Eve are clothed in furs. Now, this is God we're talking about. God can snap his fingers and make furs appear if he really wants to. And if anyone has the discretion and authority to kill something and repurpose its skin, that's God. Now, if God wants to kill something, he can kill all he wants. That's nothing to do with diet, nothing to do with Adam and Eve's lifestyle, nothing to do with a precedent about killing animals. We don't see any killing. And I do think God can snap his fingers and make furs appear, And who knows? There might have been no animal. God might have just made a fur coat appear out of thin air, for all we know. I don't want to take the easy way out of that, which is to just say God snapped his fingers and made a fur coat appear. But
no, but as far as diet and what we got to eat to be sustain ourselves,
yeah,
like, do we got to eat flesh
no,
of
you don't.
animals?
No, you
No,
don't.
no, and there are ways you can get all your amino acids from vegetables. But here's the problem today. We got a big problem today.
What?
We don't got good quality.
Well, the flesh isn't good quality either, but I think you dropped.
Whatnot.
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
Well, I
we do
didn't.
not have today good quality beans, peas, legumes
Yeah, we
to
do.
make. Well,
Yeah,
not
we do.
easy.
Just look harder.
Yeah, you got to pay more money.
What, 50 cents? Yeah. Oh, wow. I go to the grocery store. Organic beans, 99 cents. Vegan beans, $1.20. Is that really going to gut you? You'll be okay.
But even the organic, that's getting everything's getting tainted.
Well, no, everything's good on God's good earth. You have plenty of freedom to grow organic. You know, whether you're eating flesh or fruit.
Yeah. If you got a
Organic's
farmer,
a choice.
yeah. Okay, if you got a good farmer, you can go to and get some the produce and whatnot. But yeah, it's rough. It really is to feed a family today and give enough protein every day, every family, every meal. You need enough protein.
That's
So
total
that's hard.
brainwashing. This is what school brainwashed us into thinking so that everyone ate flesh all the time. Protein is one of the least essential things we should be eating every single day. Yeah. Most people are lacking fiber, and fiber comes from plants. But whatever.
All right.
Protein. You know what? My dad
not
used to
discounting what you're saying. No.
My dad used to wake me up and make breakfast, and used to make like ham and fucking bacon and shit, and would say, "Get your protein; it gives you energy. Get your protein; it's going to make those test scores higher. Get your protein; it's going to make you grow big and strong." None of that's true. Which one is it? Protein is not raising your test scores. None of that. If anything, sugar, chocolate, carbs, these are measurably adding to your energy, adding to your IQ. Flesh dumbs you down, slows you down.
No. Wait, you're not saying sugar. You did just say sugar.
Sugar is amazing for the brain. The brain is craving sugar.
Oh yeah, the sugar wants glucose.
That's why our human breast milk is so sugary. But okay, here, Truth Freeze, where are you calling us from?
Oh, Niagara Falls. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Well, thanks for calling in.
All right. God bless.
Thanks, Truth Freeze. All right, we got two more, then I'm gonna wrap it up. All right, Roselle. What's up, Roselle? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, bro?
I'm chilling. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Tampa, Florida, man.
Nice. Did you call in last week?
Yeah, I called in before.
Good to hear it.
Yeah, I'm calling in this time to see if you know about this story from Tampa. The reason why I'm bringing it up too is because it's kind of come full circle, like in recent times, and it starts way back 40 years ago in a town called Palm River. And basically, long story short, this dude named Billy Ferry, he entered a Winn-Dixie grocery store, and he had like an open bucket of gasoline, and he doused 5 patrons and set them ablaze, and like killed 5 people, injured a bunch of others, and then like he stormed off after doing that. And how it came to my attention was I always knew that story in this town, but then I was like researching it just to see like was there any information on like how this guy just went crazy and just did this out of nowhere, seemingly out of nowhere. And when I was researching it, what caught my attention first was that a cashier that died during that attack. There was reports that said that she had a premonition before, like the week before, that something bad was going to happen, and she didn't want to show up to work, and she wrote a letter of resignation. But then she got into an argument with her father, and her father was like, he thought that she was on some shit where she basically wanted to quit her summer job and just run off with her boyfriend. So he was arguing with her, was like, yo, like, go to work, stop with the BS. And like, she ends up dying and stuff. And so whenever I seen that, I was like, yo, that's pretty crazy. Like, woman has a premonition before like this attack. So then I like contacted her surviving brother, and I was chatting with him about this, and I was like, gave him my condolences and stuff. But I was like, yo, I really just would love to know, like, is there any truth to this report that your sister had a premonition, like a presentiment of some sort? And he basically says that, yeah, like, he confirms it, and he's saying, she was adamant that not only did she have a presentiment, but about like something bad happening, but she even said specifically she was supposed to cover this girl's shift at a different Winn-Dixie. She doesn't even work at that one. So like, it was like down to that specific, that she was like, yo, if I go to that specific store, something bad is going to happen. So anyways, that kind of got me to look more into it. But then when I looked into, he gave me like hours of footage that he like recorded, because he's like the sole survivor of his whole family unit, because he claims that like his father died of a broken heart, mom passed away, and then like he's the only one alive and stuff. And he has like all this archival footage of the trials that went on, with that guy that's the arsonist or whatever, like the murderer. And so I was looking through that footage, and whenever I like come to learn like his reasoning, they were trying to also plead insanity, but they were basically saying that like he had this crazy conspiracy in his head that Russia was invading the United States, and specifically invading Tampa, right? And then I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm like, that's pretty interesting. And then he's like, that drove him like to kind of be more militant mindset, and he ended up attacking Winn-Dixie, because at the time Winn-Dixie's colors were like the Russian flag, I guess. During that time. So he believed that like they were like really here and stationed here. So then anyways, you have that happening in the 80s, right? But then what's crazy is that my brother and I attended like this federal case that was going on, and it has to do with this crew, these group of people. They run an organization called the Uhuru movement, and they're basically a socialist party that is here in Tampa, right? But they were charged by the feds, by the United States of America, charged with conspiracy, with colluding with the Russian kind of like anti-globalization movement, basically. And what's interesting is that it's taking place in Tampa, of course, roots with St. Pete, like the neighboring town. And I just found that kind of like crazy that like years later, years removed from a guy that's being called crazy, now they're actually like going after people that are working with Russia, that they claim are working with Russia. And it's like,
yeah, that's crazy.
When attending that trial, we attended as just concerned citizens, in the sense that like, no matter who you are, it seemed like an attack on freedom of speech, where it was kind of like, it was kind of blurring the lines. You'll have to look into like the true details of the Uhuru 3 and how they kind of got acquitted from what they were initially charged with. I think they ended up getting community service hours, like a slap on the wrist kind of thing. But what they were truly charged with was like basically being Russian spies. And I just found that crazy. Like that
is crazy. Did you know that there's a long history of Russians in Tampa Bay, Ybor City in particular?
I didn't know Ybor, no.
Yeah, so you know how when Cuba, like Russia was Cuba's only ally for like a long time?
Right.
That comes down to the history on that, is that many Russians went to Cuba early on. A lot of them were Jewish, but that's not the whole point. A lot of Eastern Europeans did go to Cuba, and to this day, there's a lot of Eastern European DNA. But most of those Russians and many of the Jews were expelled in the, around the Civil War or so. And basically, the Russians and many Jewish cigar makers too went to Tampa Bay, and so that's where you get, St. Petersburg, Russia, St. Petersburg, Florida, and then Ybor City. I don't know if that's a Cuban name, but it might be a Russian name too. And many of the early settlers in Ybor City were Russians. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a historic basis for that. And yeah, let me see what else. What else can I think of? What else are Russians known for? But also a big thing about. No, whatever. That's it.
Yeah. I don't know. I always find it crazy when, on the surface level, somebody's insanity is kind of just like, in this case, it just was outright violence, senseless violence. But then it's like, if you could ever like bring any sense to his claims that Russia is attacking, it's like, in here and all that stuff, he's obviously still alive and he's serving like 5 life sentences and he's still, here in Tampa Bay or whatever. But it's like, I really wonder what that dude would say. Like, yo.
Yeah. He's almost vindicated a little bit.
Yeah. It's like, yo, like, I don't know. It's just nutty because it could just be a coincidence in the sense that, like, I don't know, maybe he became more. His father was claiming that his son was forever changed when he had like a brutal head incident, and he claims that like ever since then he's been like that's how he was acting, like way more like schizo with it basically, and like the father's saying that during the trial and stuff, and I'm kind of like I don't know what to believe, and it's like that one woman that's just connected to the story, like the cashier that had the presentiment about like the bad shit gonna happen at her job and stuff, is just like I don't know. It's like I don't understand like how all that really connects, but it's just weird. It's just a weird coincidence kind of thing.
Dude, it is a weird coincidence. There's a lot of weird stuff like that in South Florida with the 9/11 attackers too, where people just had all these weird feelings and interactions with them before the attack. That you can't. It's hard to make sense of because you're like, so the attackers were real and they're meeting all these people, but not everything about the story is real, right? Like there's clearly some deception. So where does the deception end? Where does the truth start? All these people claim to have met those people.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I see someone said that coincidence isn't real. It's like, is that your take as well?
Yeah, coincidence isn't real. Synchronicity. I don't know. People get drunk on that, talking about synchronicity and abundance and manifesting. And sometimes it is just like worshiping yourself, being like, God's talking to me, synchronicity,
But
So
you don't have to be the main character, like have main
Yeah.
character syndrome. Like,
Yeah. Well, there's something good about having main character syndrome. I think it's better to have main character syndrome than to have NPC syndrome, right?
that goes pretty hard. I see what you're saying. Like, don't be a bystander in your own life.
Yeah. And also to your point about the Russians in Florida, the warm mineral springs we were talking about earlier today, there's warm mineral springs. That's the name of it. It's one spring. That spring, thousands of Ukrainians, Polish, and Russian have moved to Southwest Florida because they believe that one spring, just this one, to be the real fountain of youth. So maybe they'd go to warm mineral springs one day. It's not far from you. And hang out there, swim there. It's like a 2-hour drive or something from where you are, maybe less. It's in Northport.
Okay.
And you'll see a lot of Russians there. Maybe they'll know something. If you go there, you'll be the only black guy there. I promise you. Seriously. They're all Eastern European. I felt like I stood out like a sore thumb when I was there. All old Eastern European people. Barely anyone speaks English. It's cool though. It's healing. You'll like it.
Do you know anything about Port St. Lucie?
Not too much.
Interesting.
Port St. Lucifer, who knows? I don't know.
I'm trying to make it my way over there because one of my boys has a bookstore out there, and like I don't know, he kind of like says that Tampa and Port St. Lucie are like semi similar. And I'm like, man, I need to go see for myself and like kind of like explore with him, because some of the stories he's told me and some of the coincidental shit, I'm like, okay, maybe it's just worth taking a peek at, but I don't have any info on it yet.
True. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I've never seen anything like crazy historical in Port St. Lucie, but maybe there is. We'll see.
All right. Well, that was it, man.
Well, thanks, Roselle. Hope to see you next week. Hope you're calling again soon.
All right. Appreciate you.
Have fun in Tampa. Let us know how the Russian rabbit hole goes. Give us some updates on that. That is interesting. The Russian attacks. Looks like they're getting arrested, like you can see on the screen here. The last 2 years, there's been some Russian agents caught. Tampa, Sarasota. Crazy. All right, we got one more guest. Glitch Freak. Glitch Frequency, what's up? You there?
Yes, I unmuted my mic. How are you?
Another girl, awesome. Doing good. How are you?
Yes. I'm calling from Denver.
Sweet.
Have you been?
Pretty good. Just hanging. Can't
Have you been to Denver?
I have, yeah. My mom lives in Netherlands.
I did not know that about you. Interesting.
Yeah, so
I've just been a long-time fan. I appreciate all of your work and you sharing on YouTube.
thanks. Glitch Frequency, is that right? Or Freck Frequency?
Yes, yeah, just shorten it.
Nice.
I was calling because I like when you talk about alcohol and beer origins and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's disgusting. What do you want to hear about it?
I just curious more. Like you talked about the origins of beer. Where'd you get that like information from and stuff? And where can I learn more about that?
The Bach saga. You're talking about beer being pissy cum foam. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I think it's hilarious because I can't stand alcohol. So when you go off about that, I love it.
Yeah, so the Bach saga says that all beer, the original yeast bug used in beer, came from the tip of some dude's dick. That it was either schmegma based or jizz based or some nasty ass mixture that turned into the first beer. And the Bach saga doesn't speak too highly of beer drinkers, but they say there's one type of beer that to this day, Bach beer, still has the original bug, yeast bug, to put it nicely. But yeah, that's why beer is nasty and it gives you big boobs, like man boobs. If you drink a lot of beer, it gives you a big gut belly, like it makes you look pregnant. Everything about beer is feminine and gay. It makes men swell up, gives them tits, makes them look pregnant, and beer drinkers are just dumb. You know. What else? What else is there to say? You got any thoughts on that?
I agree, and along with alcohol, how it's the etymology of it, being called spirits and stuff. It's true. I believe in that. I've seen it. I've worked in that industry, seen a lot of that.
Yeah, and I'm getting that from the Bach saga, but the word alcohol comes from Al Ghul, who is pretty much like the Arabic, like devil, a devil, maybe equatable to Satan, maybe not. But this is why Muslims don't drink alcohol. They recognize alcohol to be the product of Al Ghul, the preferred libation of dark spirits, dark energy, zombie spirits, confusion, distrust, abandonment. All that stems from alcohol. Alcohol destroys families. The worst thing about America, the worst thing about the West is how much we tolerate alcohol. And like I said, if I could snap my fingers right now, it's a little selfish, but if I could snap my fingers and make everyone stop eating alcohol, stop eating flesh forever, or stop drinking alcohol forever, selfishly, sorry, vegans, I'm going to get rid of the alcohol. Alcohol does more harm to humanity than the flesh diet. The problem is that the flesh diet does more harm to nature and the world and the other animal spirits. It's more of a conscious thing you have to recognize. Alcohol is obviously bad. Alcohol is obviously bad. Even a dumb flesh eater who can't make any sense out of anything knows that alcohol is bad. It's just whether you succumb to the intoxication and the addiction and you start to love it. You start to think you like it. You start to think you like the taste. Alcohol tastes like garbage, tastes like shit, tastes like chemicals, tastes like cleaning fluid in your mouth. It burns, it stings. You know, everyone remembers their first sip of alcohol. You spit it out or it just stings your mouth. You make a terrible face. It's Al Ghul. It's negative spirits, negative entities. Yeah, what else? Dumbs you down, makes
I
your
just think, sorry. I
makes
just
you
think it messes with your gut biome, and they say it's your second brain and stuff, and that's how you get susceptible to spiritual entities, just like any other thing that you'd ingest, like drugs and stuff.
Yeah, and the thing about flesh eating and alcohol is they almost always go hand in hand. There's never a good barbecue without a lot of drinks. There's never a good drinking party without a lot of flesh, all that stuff. But yeah, alcohol
Okay,
is
and then
terrible.
also I've heard people on like the fruit, like realm of things you were talking about with the last caller,
Yeah.
or two callers ago. I've been on all night. Some people nutritionally think that fruit has sugars, therefore it's bad for them. And it's frustrating me because they don't consider all the nutritional impacts. They think they dismiss it out of their diet. And I think, what you were talking about, like they just do the keto and it's just meats and stuff. I'm missing a lot of nutrition by not incorporating that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Sugar is nothing to be afraid of. It's the defining characteristic of human breast milk is how sugary it is. I believe it's one of the most sugary. Let me look it up. Human breast milk facts. Let's see what we got. Did you know that the right breast produces more milk than the left?
I think on a personal note, I noticed that when I had my child, but
Nice. Congrats. Good job being a mom.
thanks.
You survived the feminist brainwashing. You resisted. Human breast milk
I tried not to
contains
give him any dairy, honestly. He was raised with minimal dairy in his diet.
human breast milk contains a higher diversity of sugar molecules compared to other mammals like cows. Yeah, we have some of the most sugary breast milk and the least protein, I believe, in our breast milk. That's pretty crazy. Human breast milk contains about 8 to 10 grams of protein per liter, which is significantly lower than the protein content in cow's milk. Wow. Yeah, so we have one of the lowest protein milks. Whatever.
I never thought this would be our conversation the first time I called in to speak with you.
Well, call in next week. You're the last caller tonight, so sorry if I don't have much energy, but I'm about ready for bed.
Well, you conjured up some females, so there's your energy today. Thank you for
Nice, thank you.
accepting the
Yeah,
call.
got that vegan riz. Okay, vegetarian aura. Flesh eaters have no aura. Let's be real. They just stink. They're just like
Tapped
Jordan.
out is what I call them.
Jordan Peterson is like the sharpest flesh eater there is. Carnivore, like the sharpest carnivore there is, and he's in rough shape. He looks like since going carnivore, Jordan Peterson has aged like 30 years. His brain doesn't work. Anytime he has to think, he goes, and he has to think like with his every muscle in his body. He has to think. The carnivore diet ruins intellect, ruins the intellect. Stay away from the flesh, people. Stay away from the flesh. But yeah, call in next week. We can talk about whatever you want. We're going to be trying to do every Wednesday call-in shows. Call in
Sounds
with a note.
fabulous. I think my favorite show was the Truth Rewards.
Really? That's awesome.
I hadn't laughed that hard in a really long time, so
Okay, that's good
thanks
to know.
for that. Good night.
We'll try and do another one.
Nice. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Glitch Frequency. Make sure to call in next week. Try and get you at the front of the line. Everyone have a good night tonight. Thanks everyone for being a good sport. Magna Carta. Big ups, my dude. Give some berries and fucking fruit and bread give all that a try, man. It's not going to hurt you. Just give up the blood for a week, a month. You'll be better off. You'll feel closer to Jesus. How's that? My promise to you. You'll feel closer to Jesus. You don't need to be vegetarian to be a Christian, but you do need to be a vegetarian to walk like Jesus, to live like Jesus, to walk in his footsteps. Not to follow him, but to walk in his footsteps, tracing his footsteps, fully realizing his plan. But all right. And if you disagree and you didn't call in, you're a pussy. You're just a big pussy. If you're over there typing, actually, vegans look really sick. You didn't call in? Pussy. Intellectual coward. If you didn't call in. So thanks for the people who did call in. I'm not that scary of a debater. I'm not that destroy you with logic. Okay. Yeah, everyone knows I'm not that scary. You can call in. You're not going to get destroyed. You know, maybe you can destroy me. You can try. All right. All the vegetarians call in. Have a great time. Flesh eaters, not always, but everyone have a good night. 600 people, a little bit less than 600 here. We topped out at like 650. Oh yeah. Okay, Magna Carta. Right. I was taking it. Okay. All right. We're gonna call it a night here. I was taking it easy on you. Not taking it easy, but being nice. Okay. There was a couple points I could have really dug in on but I'm not like that. I'm not a Jay Dyer, okay? I don't want to pin people down and never let them breathe. But okay. Next time you call in, you can say whatever you want. No need to hold back. You're not going to get booted or kicked off or anything. You were there for like an hour. I would have heard anything you had to say. Okay. Peace. Have a good night. Yeah, how many chambers do cows how many chambers do cows have in their stomach? All right, we'll let that one go. All right. Peace.